Ready, under lights, under action, under camera!
You forgot the fan in the chamber!
Whatever is eating at us, we get past it. We rise to the occasion because we're a team and we've got a job to do. The world needs the legacy.
Let's go, bub. Rookie.
Don't you know who I am? I'm the Juggernaut!
I'll see what I can do.
Did we have XP last time?
We're having
I don't
XP
think
this
we've
time.
had XP in a while.
614. 614.
Oh, 500.
100.
Yeah, we did get 100 for last time.
Do we get birthday here too?
We do.
I believe so.
We
Yeah.
get
Fine.
both, and we are live. We haven't actually done any of that just yet, so we can do that right now.
Awesome.
So welcome everybody back, and hello. Yeah. So Davy Jones is actually seeing some of the new stuff we've gotten, so he has praise for the graphics we've got in the intro now. So he kind of knows that.
I forgot you
Hey,
put the
baby.
That's right.
Yep. So we've got some explanation as to like powers and like a little bit more blown up pictures of what you guys have or what you guys look like and whatnot. So
because I never watched the intro stuff.
The
uh,
stream is always up.
Yeah, I saw them. They're pretty cool.
well, thank you. Okay, so with that being said, let's go ahead and get some karma out of the way because we've got some monthly karma and some birthday karma to get taken care of. So we've got 2 rolls to do. Shelly, do you want to do it or?
Yeah, what am I rolling?
Okay, so it's a D10
Ooh, got one right here in front
and
of me.
it's times 50.
Times 50.
So I'll tell you what, since we got both of them the same month, just times it 100, just make it easy.
Okay, because I rolled a 10.
So we just got a grand worth of karma.
They said, was there 100 given out last session 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
You said? Okay, so
Happy birthday to me.
Woohoo.
So a total of 500.
What's that?
And I have a grand.
No, it's a total of 1,000 karma
Ooh.
to
Each.
I like that.
everyone.
Kablamo.
Told you, happy birthday to me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just made it
exactly.
easier since it was both birthday and monthly
Sure.
karma.
Nice.
I'm going to bank 750 for my strength.
Okay.
That's going to
Oh,
pull it
yeah.
up to 1,500.
Okay. And I think we decided in the chat, in between games, since it's been a month, that you can bank, but you don't have to specify necessarily what you're putting it towards. Just so
Yeah.
long as it's banked specifically with the intention of going towards something, meaning you can't touch it, you can't pull from it, but you can change what you want it to go to. So like if you were working on, strength at one point and said, nah, I'll put like what Dale was doing. Nah, I'll just put it to resources. Yeah, that's fine.
Sweet.
Hey, on Twitch, are you Lost Tribes Gaming also?
Yes. Yep, that is exactly where we're showing from.
I have a friend that might.
Oh, thanks,
Come on.
Dante. Dante's in the chat. Looks like he's going to lurk and listen while working on his stuff to show support. So thank you very much.
Nice.
Those of you who might remember Dante from our Cyberpunk game.
Okay.
Which we need to do again. Cyberpunk is rad.
I miss those people.
Yes.
Sounds cool.
So, all right. So, who wants to give us the recap?
We all gonna die.
We're not all gonna die yet.
We went to, what's it called? Oh my gosh.
New Prussia.
New Prussia. And it is a very nice place. And we're waiting for the other shoe to drop. And we have been invited to have dinner with the president, aka the big bad.
Reich Shield.
Bum, bum, bum.
Which means like he knew that we were here. Like we came as our civilian identities, so but we
He's
were
got info.
invited as our superhero identities.
Mm.
Scary.
That might be my fault because I do have a known identity and a known power set. But we'll figure that out later.
Yeah.
We'll just have to kill him.
And to
Aim high, Shelly. Aim high.
it's
Always.
to move up in rank, it's whatever the next rank's value is times 100, correct?
Yes, you are correct.
Yeah.
I now have a strength of a TY6.
Yay.
Look at you putting in
Wow.
that exercise.
I still have 500 more before I hit my next.
That
My
next
Bowflex
strength.
was
600 of that.
Don't
We're
forget to
deep.
adjust your overall health too.
Yeah.
I just add one.
What was
Or I'd add,
your strength was 4 before, correct?
yes.
It's a
So I'd
6
add
now,
2.
so it goes up by 2.
Woohoo. My health is now 93.
Nice.
Oh,
Remember, I'm like, Superman comes up and clocks me in the face, and I'm like, it's not too bad. And then I swing back at him.
You're not the Incredible Hulk, you're the Incredible Bulk.
There you go.
Let's keep on with that Bowflex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The infraggable Kronk. I
Wow,
loved Justice
that
Friends.
is a reference, my good sir. That is a reference.
And it is the 90s, so it is apropos right now.
Yeah.
The
So I
infraggable
banked-
Kronk.
4, and I have 155 karma to frivolously do without a
That is correct, yes.
Yes, now
All right.
all my stuff is accounted for. Yay.
So the next day comes around at this point. Everyone has a package waiting for them outside their room.
I take a look at the package.
Yeah, what's in it?
Yes.
Okay. There is formal attire.
Oh, I mean I don't get to
five-finger
wear
finger.
my my 5-finger discount.
Is said
Paris?
formal attire appropriate?
I'm always appropriate. What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about the stuff that was sent to us. As in, we're not looking at any previous organization he may have worked for's infamous iconography on it.
No, nothing like that.
So is it
It's-
just a black cocktail dress?
They are, however, name brand for the time frame.
Are they bugged,
You are
Or-
welcome to investigate.
poisoned?
They're turbo
You are
jeans.
also welcome to investigate.
I
Yeah,
will
he sent you Bugle Boy jeans. That's exactly what you know.
Gerbo.
Okay.
Yes, jeans. Come on.
I am gonna look through it to see if it has any listening devices on it.
Yeah, same here.
Okay.
Yeah.
What am I rolling? Reason?
You're rolling your intuition.
My intuition.
Yes.
That's not gonna be me tonight.
73 on a monstrous.
Intuition.
Mhm.
Ooh.
13, not me.
Oh no.
78 on a good.
I got a 10 and a 0.
That's a
Is that
100, dear.
Is that a one?
Okay. I can never remember what's 100 and what's.
You
10.
even know the thread that your dress was made of.
So
I got
the percentile die that shows the two numbers
Yeah.
on it, is that the one that says 10 or does it say
Yeah.
00?
That's the one that says 10.
Okay, then it's actually a 10 because
Okay.
that
Oh,
shows the 10
gotcha.
spot. Yeah, if it's all zeros, that's 100.
10 and 0 versus 10, 0, 0. But it wouldn't say 0, 0 because that's all. Okay. Never mind. I got a
Yeah.
10.
Okay,
I
so
got a
that's
yellow result.
I got a 16. I'm only doing marginally better than Lightbringer.
So everyone then has no clue.
I got a 73
Oh, okay.
on a
I
monstrous.
had a yellow result.
The two of you are unsure, but it doesn't appear to have any sort of electrical
poison.
device attached to it.
I probably like phased through it somewhat.
Sure, if
Possible.
you would like to leak through your outfit, it is now mildly damp.
Perfect fit.
It's a perfect fit for me anyway. I'll just make it a perfect fit.
Right, there you go.
I guess I'll wear this considering it makes it a lot easier. I don't have to worry about mimicking it.
Sunglasses. Got you.
I go ahead and try it on, make sure it fits.
It actually fits as if it was tailored for you.
Okay. Interesting.
This guy has gotten way worse.
None of the female outfits are tacky, but they are just a touch racy to give it that femininity. But nothing like ultra revealing, like red carpet begging for, wardrobe malfunction sort of thing. It's very, very classy looking. Everything is black with either white and or silver highlights.
Yeah, he'll put it on.
Well, it's morning though, right? So we
It is the
wouldn't
morning right now, yes.
need it until later.
That is correct.
Okay. I'll try it on, but then I'll get back in my regular clothes.
Yeah.
Did
My
it come in a
professional clothes.
a Ziploc bag or whatever?
Yes, a garment bag.
All right.
We have one of those as well.
He's going to put it in the garment bag, and then he's going to prepare to do what he was already intending on doing that day. And he's going to go out and begin to continue to survey the water like he was doing.
Okay.
And I'm assuming he still has his armed escort with a vehicle, so it can
Yes,
go
he
in the
does.
trunk very easily.
Yeah, they're in fact waiting for you downstairs when you're ready.
And then he's just going to do his thing. I think last time we said he was going to go up and down the river until a certain point.
Yeah, you were
Just
getting close to the Polish border, testing the water, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. And he wants to go back to a couple of the other spots so he can test the water on continuous days.
Sure.
Blah, 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 blah. We talked about this last time.
Yes, environmental stuff. What are the rest of you doing?
Did I not go out with you the first time when we first arrived?
Did you?
Thought I did.
I do not know.
Not here. You came with Hyperion and Shone because we went teleporting because we were looking for your ship using the fob.
That's right. Maybe I'll go with you
Hyperion.
this time.
There you go.
Then.
All right.
And Hyperion will change back into his normal clothes to keep the nice clothes nice. And he's going to he's going to see who all hasn't left yet. So I'll probably see that the two bros took off. So find my sisters if they haven't left the building yet.
I'm gonna
They do not appear to have left yet, unless there was something you were going to do.
go get breakfast.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go get breakfast.
Okay.
Cool. So I'll find you two and then walk with you down to breakfast.
Okay. Well, the cafe downstairs has a fresh smell of baked goods emanating out from it, as if they have probably either have access to a small bakery or have done some baking themselves.
Did you guys get a box?
With a dress in it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did yours fit? Find it odd that he knew. So well, somebody knows.
Yeah, it makes me feel a little bit weird.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
The information he has is extensive with regard to us.
I
We
noticed
will
that.
need to be aware of what his actual intentions are. But in the meantime, it seems like the others have gone to continue their work, as is what Freddy's initial goal was, of course. Do either of you have any ideas for today until the dinner tonight?
Well, we can't really skip around without being noticed. So no, not really.
Yeah, I've never opened a new office before. I'm not sure what we do next.
Well, in this regard, if we want to continue with that idea, we could. If we would even be able to successfully open a quantum unlimited branch here. Admittedly, that was a seemingly legitimate means for us to be here and not exactly a full plan.
Are y'all talking in private?
They're at the cafe.
We're yeah, not especially private, but then I'll say with what is already known about us, obviously, I wonder if we should continue with that plan at all.
That's the reason why we're in, because we're interested in an up shop here.
But at the same time, that was under the guise of hiding our other identities, which, of course, is at this point a failure for the main individual who runs the country.
Yeah.
Assume that that party assumes that it's a false pretense. So how does that change things?
First, we can understand that he is a mastermind. that he's apparently ageless and has decades, if not generations, of experience behind him. He has had many successes and has been able to avoid capture for all this time, which means that everything he does is calculated. And he obviously has incredible control over the resources of this country, which I'm sure was his primary goal. He is not trying to make life better for people. He is trying to augment his power base under the guise of making things better. And although he is doing so in the short term, I would think he would not be willing to relinquish control in any type of real democratic fashion. If he were, he would not be a villain. Thoughts?
Didn't
Don't disagree.
You kind of broke up there, Shelley.
Do you think that he's possibly making his own personal army?
I believe that's his primary goal with this entire country.
That seems plausible to me too.
Well, isn't it every villain's dream is to rule the world?
Many, perhaps, especially his. He does seem to have megalomaniacal tendencies. He is more than willing to end lives, no matter who they are or where they are or what they've done, in order to further his own aims. We need to be careful. I believe personally that he is actually inviting us because of our successes so far, especially in Fairside. We did manage to defeat a group of who are more than likely his underlings, Blackout and their ilk. And that likely he would want to invite us and attempt to convince us to join him. Otherwise, he would have attempted to destroy us already.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I agree.
This can be strategically advantageous to us, if that does turn out to be the main reason for his invitation. Then we need to determine what our answers will be and see if we can make sure that that is unified.
And we have to make sure that we can get out.
Yes. We'll need to determine what other technology he has, if possible, before tonight, to see if it will be possible, especially for Shone, to teleport us to safety if need be. I don't know what type of power nullification technology they have, if it's simply a field they generate in an area, or if they also need to use collars, like what Hoplite or Eastwatt does back in the States. Jerome, when we were walking around last episode and we saw the different like fortifications and stuff, like the ghetto where like the typical humans live and all of that,
Mhm.
did it seem like there were any areas that like said that powers wouldn't work or warnings of that nature anywhere? Anything obvious?
In the ghetto?
Yeah.
No.
No? Okay.
No, the only places
Not
you
in the
saw
ghetto?
markings like that would be the equivalent of high priority areas around town. You know, no different
Okay.
than like walking into a store and seeing a sign that says no firearms allowed.
Okay. Does it say like is it saying no powers allowed, or is it saying that like powers won't work here?
Most of them, most of those, like the common areas like that, if they had a sign, would say no powers allowed in use,
Okay.
as a warning. You know, basically, think of it Elysia. You know, don't come in here to start trouble.
Okay.
Um,
Gotcha.
Otherwise, like government buildings and whatnot do have specific signs that say, power nullification cannon will be used.
Got it. Okay. It will be difficult to determine if we would have use for powers once we're at his estate, since theoretically that would deactivate his as well, unless he's wearing technology that then cancels out that effect, giving him an extreme advantage.
Well, I can try to poof into the bathroom to powder my nose. Works, and we know that doesn't dim in our powers.
True. We would have to make sure that if he were able to teleport in, that you'd then be able to get out. There's still information about the teleportative process that we're not fully privy to, especially with relation to technology that can negate it. Unfortunately, we're not in a controlled environment here.
Was there ever an opportunity for me to because I remember us talking about this previously in a nullification field or an inhibitor collar, because I can definitely see my cold generation and missile projection and that being nullified, but my shape shifting, so to speak, because my unconscious state is a puddle. If that were, and that's biological, it's not necessarily like supernatural. Have I been able to test that at all?
No, you haven't been able to test that.
Okay. If we ever get our hands on an inhibitor collar, I would have made it known that I want to try it in a controlled environment. Because if you put it on me, I just go boop, who knows? Or maybe it'll just, I don't know, be interesting.
Let's get breakfast and maybe bring it back to the rooms.
Agreed.
Sounds good.
Okay, so I mean, you just order basically a standard breakfast then or something?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. So you get, in essence, like a bangers and mash type combo. A choice of juice, coffee, or milk, or water, obviously, if you want it. And if you're especially hungry, looking at Justin, who's not there right now, but if you're especially hungry, there's also a short stack of 3 pancakes that can be added onto that.
That is a short stack. You need to triple that up.
I'll just teleport us to one of the rooms.
Okay. So you teleport yourself to your room,
Bam.
bringing the other 2 with you.
Yep.
Did we check the rooms for bugs?
I think so.
I can't remember.
I believe we did when we
Yeah, I
first
think we
arrived.
did.
Okay.
We found none,
Okay.
to our knowledge.
It doesn't mean that they're not psychically bugged or
No, that's true.
there isn't some type of overall spyware that's installed into the actual hotel itself. Like the hotel is a listening device.
They have that technology in 1994.
We have hyper technology. I think that they could do that.
Okay. Well,
I do know they had pinhole surveillance cameras with wide angle lenses.
Yeah.
I do know that for a fact because I knew somebody that actually installed them in businesses.
Oh.
businesses. Would you say that this man was a company man?
Right.
Or can you neither confirm nor deny that?
Right. He was a surveillance guy. I mean, some securities or something like that. He's like pinhole and at wide angle, everything up to, just sneaking right up on, like flushing against the wall. You'd literally have to be almost flat. He
Dang.
says the wide angle is pretty intense, but yeah.
I did not know if I was going to get a chance to whip out the old CIA joke, so I'm happy now.
You know, I had a friend whose dad was CIA, and she used to tell people that he was a garbage man.
Oh, how funny.
Hmm. Yeah. Wow.
They didn't ask a lot of questions. So
True story. I had a business card from a recruiting agent from the CIA when I was going to ITT Tech.
ooh.
Hmm.
Just
The
didn't.
the, the
I
FBI is
wouldn't have been
actually
like a James Bond type agent, but he said you'd be setting up ops because of my electrical background. I would have been setting up like ops and like communications and stuff like that. And so what kind of stuff? And he says, well, it could be anything, like you kiss your wife goodbye, and she's like, where are you going? To work. Where's that at? Where the work is. What are
Yeah.
you doing? Electronic stuff.
the FBI is actually looking for secret agent people for cybersecurity right now.
I also had a friend who ended up a company person, and I had to be interviewed, like as a character witness, I guess. Not witness. Referral
Oh, witness is the right word.
is witness. It was
Character witness,
a
yeah.
really interesting conversation.
But we should get back on topic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that story another time.
So I'm gonna just start into my breakfast and enjoy.
Okay.
Yeah, so what do we do with the rest of the day then if we're no longer have to keep up appearances?
Perhaps we may be able to find individuals who know the area better, who perhaps have worked at Reichshield's estate. It's
Who was the
possible he may have human beings who do the manual labor there.
Well, we met somebody who works.
The security guy or
Yeah, the guy
the
from the bar.
yeah, the gargoyle dude. Dragon dude.
You mentioned him. Do you know where he is now?
Sure,
No,
be hard to find him.
it sounded like he was kind of a regular at the cafe. I bet we could ask around.
If he stays in the hotel, we may be able to determine his room number.
Did you get the feeling that he was at the hotel, Joan, or do you think he was just having breakfast?
I think he was just kicking back after a shift. I didn't get the feeling that he was staying here.
Then the eating establishment would be the best first contact.
Okay.
He was pretty easy to talk to.
What sort of angle do you think we should take when we find him?
I'm mad that Hyperion didn't think of that obvious nerd joke.
I was going to say acute.
Yeah.
I mean, we could play it that way.
It was an obtuse joke.
We could play it acute, but I mean, I'm not gonna have a makeout session just to get information.
No, that was last night.
Oh, sorry.
I think that's my friend who just followed us.
Nice.
Wait.
Yep.
Welcome.
Cripple Gamer 801.
I believe that is him. Welcome, Sean.
Yes. Well, the angle could be that of primarily honesty, that we have been invited. We should know what to expect. We should know what type of person he believes Reichshield is and how he acts, what happens. Essentially, gathering simple information. And we increase his confidence in us, and then probe for deeper information if possible.
I'll be your wingman.
Once both of you finish your breakfast, we can start looking.
Yeah,
Uh,
you had some
sounds good.
good rapport with him, so I'll just be your wingman.
Oh, you want me to take point?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Oh my gosh, I wrote invitated to in my notes.
I just watched Top Gun.
Invitated.
Oh yeah, wingman. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'll be your goose.
You're gonna die.
Honk.
You'd rather be Rooster, okay?
Yeah. Even Iceman, he at least lives.
Yeah.
And he's Batman. Never forget, Iceman is Batman.
Yeah.
In game.
I can't do anything in game right now.
No, that's fine.
Okay, so we'll finish our breakfast and then we'll go to go back to the cafe and ask the guy at the bar.
Do you
Okay.
remember his name?
His name was Blackwing.
That's right, Black.
So you're going to head back into the cafe and whatnot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where the bar is at?
Ask
Okay,
around.
sure.
We'll ask
So
the
the
bartender.
bartender is not, the same bartender is not there. Obviously, it's a different shift. It's, first
That's fine.
thing in the morning at this point. So he's not doing, the guy back there is not doing much pouring of anything with the exception of coffee and, or water for those people, who might be coming in or whatnot. There are a few people that might come in for the occasional alcoholic shot first thing in the morning, but that's kind of rare. But
That's
the two of
fine.
you go back down to the Swank Cafe. They've got some TV on right now, and it's another episode right now of Leave It to Beaver.
Okay, so we'll find the bartender or whoever it looks like
Who's behind the counter?
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just some random guy, back there. He's cleaning up some glasses right now and basically getting it ready for night shift.
Okay.
Thank you,
So-
Dante, for the subscription for 12 months in a row. Wow,
Hey.
Ooh.
Let's go, indeed.
Wow.
a whole year. Thank you.
Awesome.
Woo woo.
So he's back there, just he's got basically the coasters and getting out all the glasses and silverware and whatnot ready for the night shift, and sees the two of you approach. Ladies, how can I help you?
Hi. I know this may be a little unorthodox, but we were in here the other night and we encountered a fellow that seemed like he might be kind of a regular. And we were wondering if you might be able to tell us more about where we could find him or when to expect him here again. Fellow by the name of Blackwing. Kind of hard to miss.
Yeah, I know who Blackwing is. I don't work the night shift anymore. That's usually when he comes in, but yeah.
Is he usually only in here in the evenings?
Yeah, he usually winds off his shift here evening times. I don't know. I guess maybe when he first came through. I don't know why. But he's got a tab and everything.
I know this is kind of weird, but my sister and I were kind of hoping that we could meet up with him again. I don't suppose you have any way that we could contact or find him a little sooner?
Oh, he's probably at work right now, and he's in the military. So you would likely need to go to the military base for something like that.
Can you tell us where that is? We're new here.
Most everybody in this particular facility is, but he gives you some directions to where the airfield happens to be, which is where he says anybody like Blackwing might end up being. Hold that thought real quick. You guys go ahead and chat. I'll be right back. Uno momento.
Por favor.
Well, that puts a little wrench in the plan, but
Yep. Didn't he say that he patrols? Maybe if we just walk around, maybe run into.
could be. Don't have a lot of information on how the air defense force works as far as areas that they're going to be patrolling and whatnot.
Well,
There
we
could
can.
be recruiting stations.
Oh, that's an idea.
It was either that or I jump us around on the rooftops. It's us.
The folks that accosted you the other day, is that the air defense force?
They
Or is
seem
that
to
a
be
different group?
actual police forces rather than military. Even
Oh.
then, they did have advanced technology, vertical takeoff and land vehicles, as well as actual, what seeming to be propellant suits, boots, where they could themselves move through the air. It's actually impressive.
I would really like to see that.
Well,
Did
to the
you get a
rooftops.
look at how they worked?
We weren't there for that long, and our priorities were obviously different.
Hmm.
But with that said, I'm sure we could locate other police locations, districts, and see if we could have an up close look or discuss information with actual officers. If you wanted to attempt that today.
Well, I would love to. It's more a matter of how to be an interested party without being suspicious. I guess asking the right questions in the right tone is probably the trick there.
You could act like you're interested.
I am interested.
Yeah. So you could just ask questions because you're interested. You want to know how everything works.
So, recruiting station then?
Yeah, me and Iceman, we got your back. Iceman was a character in Top Gun.
Yeah.
I remember.
I've seen a few online essays about Top Gun and what it actually meant.
What it actually meant?
Yeah,
I found out why Val Kilmer isn't in the second Top Gun. I didn't know
Oh,
he had throat cancer.
his health has gone really downhill.
Yep.
It's
Got
unfortunate.
a artificial voice
Oh,
box.
doesn't he? That's terrible.
Yeah, I saw this documentary.
Bummer.
Yeah, that was
Oh.
sad. Now we just gotta wait for Jerome.
A lot of the long form video essays about Top Gun says Maverick is gay.
Oh.
That even I forget her name, but the psychiatrist, the first time he actually kisses her is in the elevator after she looks more like a man than she does a woman. And that every chance he had to sleep with her, he avoided the situation.
Oh, he didn't avoid it in the movies.
Well, that's what they're pointing at. They're pointing at the movie and going, take a look at this moment, this moment, this moment.
People read into stuff too much.
Yep.
You can. Absolutely.
Interesting.
It's a lot less. It's a lot. If it is there, it's more subtle than the Freddy's Freddy's Revenge movie, which was not very subtle with the subtext. The 80s.
It's been a very long time since I've seen Top Gun.
Yeah, same here.
I actually watched it the other night.
I haven't seen the new one yet, but when I think of Top Gun, I'm always reminded of the fall, when I turned 15, because we were living in Colorado at the time, and it was like the weekend of my birthday, and my friends and I were having a big like sleepover party, and we had this crazy blizzard, and we're like snowed in for a week, and we were fine because we were like, hey, time for our Tom Cruise marathon, and it was perfect. So that's what I think
Nice.
of. when I think
Decided
Top
Jerome
Gun.
was to find the police recruiting so that
Find the
Lightbringer
find the
could.
what?
Oh, if we encounter police, we would like to make some inquiries about their technology, their like rocket boots,
Okay.
but also as far as finding Blackwing, we are thinking maybe we could head down to maybe a recruiting office and talk to somebody there.
Okay.
I don't know if I need to take point on that one though.
I can take point on that particular endeavor. Shall we go?
Trust John.
So we head off trying to find an army recruitment station or a police recruitment station, whatever we can find first.
Police would be first. When you enter town, they've got a police substation actually not far from the hotel that you're currently staying at.
Okay.
So it's got it has a nice small like billboard that they bring in nightly, sort of thing, but something you would put like out in the front, and it says, are you interested in serving the community? Inquire now. And it's got one, it has some random good-looking deviant kind of doing one of these looking for you sort of recruitment ad.
Well, their marketing is up to spec. So, when we enter, would you like to inquire about what we can do here or what is done, the entire process, or should I?
Go ahead. But my thoughts are, I mean, I'll jump in when I have questions. I do have questions, but um, we can make it a conversation.
Excellent. We go ahead and stroll in, see what it's
Okay.
like first off.
So it's a substation, so it's not an actual full-on, a large police station. So it's got a front desk. It has what appears to be maybe 2 or 3 offices. Behind that, it has a small holding section, for people that they might need for whatever reason, and then they have what appears to be like a small break room. And as you walk in, there's a lady sitting behind the desk who, for all intents and purposes, looks very much like a tiefling from Dungeons and Dragons.
Wow.
So got the bright colored skin, got some horns that kind of come back, and she's got her hair done up in a very kind of 50s sort of look, which kind of juxtaposes with the horns, interestingly. But she's in uniform. And when she sees the two of you, step in, she says, hello, can I, or the three of you, sorry, 3 of you step in. Hello, can I help any of you?
Walk up to her and say, hello there. My name is Mark. These are my sisters. Just wanted to find out more about what's possible in this country. We've just recently arrived and are seeing if we can find, any specific role that we could take in your community. It seemed to be a very interesting prospect. We've actually seen the police patrols and the technology they use. It's all very impressive.
Yeah, so she kind of smiles. She says, yeah, it's a hell of a thing, isn't it? She has a vague European accent, hard to place where it's at.
Okay. You yourself, are you a native of New Prussia or do you come from elsewhere?
Oh, no. I'm actually from Poland specifically.
Interesting. If you don't mind my asking, just so that we have a frame of reference, what drew you to this line of work?
Well, she looks around, for a second. She says, well, I mean, look at the place. It would draw anybody in. She says, but I always had specifically, I always had a desire to, as they would say, protect and serve. But naturally, my skills and abilities were unwanted where I grew up. And in fact, I was persecuted for the way I looked. When I was growing up, I was considered a demon. I've been through more than one exorcism already. But when New Prussia opened up, when they overthrew the Russian dictatorship here, I was first in line.
I see.
That must have been horrible to go through. I'm so sorry.
Don't be. It led me here.
Why would you choose the police as opposed to, say, the military?
Oh, I don't particularly know. Probably because I want to do more on the ground, I think, in the community.
Do you find there's a lot of activity to peacekeep with all of these superpowered beings in such close terms together?
Oh no. My job is actually pretty easy. In most cases, I'm answering questions like yours.
Really?
We have quite the high immigration rate coming in. So in most cases, that's usually what I'm kind of doing, is acting as kind of a neighborhood ambassador of sorts. and helping others get acclimated.
What
Do you
other
find? Go ahead.
what other roles are or duties are involved in this line of work?
Oh, in mine, I
Mhm.
mean, I would imagine mine is very similar to any other constable that you might find in Europe or elsewhere. I just find that there seems to be much more self control. Let's put it that way. I mean, I still have drunks to break up every so often. I still have disputes to go to, I guess, like everybody might. But what's a good analogy here? You sound like you're from across the sea, if I'm not mistaken. So, Canada, United States,
States.
somewhere. Okay. So the whole idea. Look at it this way: the whole idea of your what is it? The right to bear arms, or everybody has to have a gun, sort of thing. It if the belief is everybody has a gun, it keeps people wary about lashing out at one another because that person might have a gun too. Kind of the same mentality here.
The metaphor, of course, being powers.
Right. Yes. Yes. Now, while not all powers may be the same, you never know if that person who can't bench press, a 2-ton truck can be the person to bring you to your feet with their mind.
Speaking of which, how do the police protect themselves from such a bevy of different powers, especially something that seems so unstoppable like what you just presented?
Much of that has to do with our enhanced technology of inhibition. I'm sure you've already either heard of or seen inhibitor collars.
We have.
That's one of the great equalizers.
I see. It seemed like there may have been even certain buildings, we've passed by a few, that seem to claim that they actually nullify powers as if just without collars if you enter the premises.
That
Is
is
that how that
correct.
works?
That particular type of technology is applied to. She turns and points back to every one of our prison cells that we use for holding and detaining individuals, as well as any high secure facilities. For example, although it hasn't been a problem, our 2 banks that we have in town utilize this technology, as well as many of our government buildings.
And that works on all kinds of powers?
It does, yes.
How is that possible?
It inhibits a particular type of field that works on a genetic level. I'm not a geneticist or biologist, so I couldn't honestly say, but from what I understand, that's how it works. Something along those lines.
And I take it the technology you bring into these fields, it still functions. The field
Oh,
doesn't act on technology, just the individuals who have the mutation.
that is correct. Yes. Now there have been some instances of individuals who are see themselves as high-tech bandits, or perhaps they are utilizing technology in a way to mimic superpowers. For example, we have EMPs for that.
I see. So that's a separate system beyond just the nullification rooms that you have.
That is correct. Yes.
Fascinating.
Effective. What about individuals in these government buildings who I would think might need to still use their powers while within the building? Are they also going to be affected by that field?
Essentially, yes. However, there are certain security requirements. For example, if maybe you have a mental acumen that is greatly increased for whatever, I guess, biological genetic resource that you might happen to have. So say you're supermath. I guess that's the usual example that they end up putting. They have ways of helping individuals get around that,
I see.
but usually in limited proximity, or perhaps something that they need to wear. Think of it like a security pass card.
Makes sense. In a sense, the opposite of power nullification. It stops the field itself from affecting the person then.
Yeah, on a temporary basis, yes.
Fascinating.
So then if, for example, you had an officer with mental abilities, say telepathy, needing to interrogate someone who had been arrested, that's a case where you would use a collar rather than the field.
Then a specific cell. That you were absolutely correct, yes.
Interesting.
Speaking of the technology, we also noticed many of the individuals throughout this country, the officers, they themselves may be outfitted with like suits that allow them to fly through the air. Is that standard?
That is correct. That is for our typical science police air patrol. They are the equivalent of what you would call SWAT, I guess, in other locations, or ESWAT, or special tactics, or
Science police?
yes,
The
they're called.
sass.
Yes, they have SAS. Yes, they're specifically called the science police.
Is that because of the technology rather than?
That is correct. Yes.
Oh, I would love to take a look at that.
They, however, are not readily available for such questions. You'll understand why.
Of course.
How does one get into that line of work?
Very careful process and selection, as well as a specific training regime, from what I understand.
Work your way up from
Mhm.
a normal officer position.
That is correct. However, I do believe there is cross training from our military to the science police that you can take from military police basically to science police. I think that there is although I'm not in the military, I believe that there is some sort of a bridge or a operation specialty that you can take that would allow you to go into either.
Okay.
Like Navy SEALs.
I suppose. I'm not sure who the Navy SEALs are.
Like a special forces team within the military.
Oh, then yes, sort of like that, yes.
The technology that's used, is it made by the defense forces themselves, or do they contract that to a different company? Do you know?
No, for security purposes, that is all created here. That is one of the reasons why we are so self-reliant. We do not rely on hardly any outside resources, or I should say, any outside technology companies for that particular reason.
Maybe that's where we belong.
Interesting. Do you know of if any of those locations are offering positions for employment? We are rather technical with our skills.
Yes, maybe a position with the sort of company that makes that sort of technology.
Those are government regulated, so you would actually need to seek government approval first. You would have to be made naturalized citizens, so obviously there's a process that you would have to go through there first before you could be considered for such a thing.
Good to know.
And of course, such things are only out or only out and available for deviants, of course.
Of course. Of course. Do you employ humans here at all?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Do you employ humans here at all?
No, we do not.
Of course.
No, we do not employ any flat scans of any nature for this. Here for that, again, for that very reason.
Mhm.
We've
Cool.
heard that term before, flat scan. We understand it seems to be in reference to humans who have no powers. Is there an actual device that's used that literally scans them for that purpose?
That is correct. Yes, that is where that originated.
I see.
It can scan on a genetic level, and the scan that registered, which is something that all of us have as local constabularies. The scan enables us to detect on a genetic level if they are deviant or not. If they are deviant, then it beats like a heartbeat. If they are not, the scan is flat.
And this is a handheld device that you have.
Yes, many of our larger vehicles have them as well.
Does it also reflect the nature of the individual's abilities? Does it have that sort of capability?
No, it does not. It only detects if the gene is active or not.
Okay.
So there are instances where an individual may register as a flat scan, but they are still technically a deviant. They just have not been activated at that point in time, which regretfully in some cases are individuals who have not reached puberty yet.
Like young people.
Correct.
Oh, that means they would live in that part of town, though, right? And
They
then,
could, however, unless they requested a specific genetic genetic sample. The scanner is one thing; it can detect it on a cellular level, but the actually taking a sample is a more exact science.
I see.
Fascinating. Ladies, did you have any other questions?
I'm sure I do, but we've probably taken your time up quite enough.
Oh no, it's quite all right. I hope I hope I've answered all of your questions. And if you have any more, please don't hesitate to ask.
Appreciate your patience with this. I'm sure you have a lot of newcomers with a lot of questions.
There are, yes. Again, we are seeing quite the influx of individuals coming in, but that's why I don't mind my job at all. I'm happy to help.
Well, thank you for your time, Constable. Have a good day.
You as well.
Head back outside. And turn to my sisters. That was a very fruitful conversation.
Great.
We're now fully aware that those rooms will in fact negate powers, but especially those that are based on biology. They would have to employ a separate system, electromagnetic pulse, to deactivate, at least temporarily, technological powers.
It's very interesting. Wish there were a way to test it without being obvious.
Yes, that's the key. It would be rather obvious if we were to attempt that.
Shall we move on to the next recruiting station?
The military, of course, we could at least get some information. Seems apparent that we obviously wouldn't be allowed. You seem to need to be a naturalized citizen, at least for any of these positions. And, well, we can leave it at that. Let's make our way.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you three are off doing that, you two are off sampling water along the river And it's pretty idyllic, pretty calm and serene. It's not too hot, not too cold out. The countryside in the area is pretty green. For the most part, the guards aren't too far away from you. Keeping an eye out, but they're pretty chill. They're pretty relaxed and looking. They just shooting the breeze. They keep an eye on you or whatnot. But I mean, you're sampling water. It's not like it's a high risk situation here. Why don't the two of you roll your intuition?
Again? 24.
69. Which is a green result.
Okay. So
And what he's doing is, while he's working on this, he's going, test the water, test the water, test the water, test the water, inside his head.
okay, yeah. So he's kind of making up his own mental jingle, and just occupying his time as he's testing the water and taking samples across the river. Derek, you end up spotting some eyes peering out from a set of bushes. Some thick foliage and whatnot.
Human eyes?
Dick.
Yes.
It's still going through the motions, but kind of like Freddy, we're being watched across this river. Still casually talking, but mention that kind of low.
And for information purposes, the river here, you can walk across it. It would probably come up just past your hips. So it is a fully flowing, river, but it's not super deep right here.
Right. Well, and for either one of us, it wouldn't be even more than that. Wouldn't be that big of a deal for either one of us. But yeah.
No, and it's maybe a quarter mile in width.
Oh, okay. Have we had any opportunity, or had we like gone out in the water or anything else like that?
I mean, I imagine you could if you like.
Okay.
I imagine I have to actually get into the water at some points to collect certain samples.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine.
I mentioned to him, I said, it looks like there's some of that algae we were talking about yesterday. I'm gonna go across the way and see if I can't get some samples.
He'll hand him over some sampling stuff, and he'll say, "Be careful."
Mm-hmm. And I get in the water, start wading across.
Okay.
Easy enough.
So you see the bushes kind of move a little bit. And now you don't see anything looking back out at you.
Okay. Am I on the other side now? Or
yeah. As you cross over at that point, Freddie, you end up hearing one of the guys that have escorted you. They're like, your friend shouldn't be crossing over there. That's Poland. Just to let you know.
I keep forgetting what's Ixion's cover name.
Xenofreeze.
Oh no, that's right. He goes by Ixion.
Yep.
Ixion, be sure not to hit the other shore. That's gonna be not on our visas.
Give the thumbs up. And so if I'm a quarter mile away, I can talk to myself, and the people across the river wouldn't be able to hear me.
There's
'Cause
probably
the
enough ambient sound from the river
water,
that so long
yeah.
as you don't raise your voice, you're probably going to be okay.
Okay. Well, it's a good thing these samples are coming back clean. I'm glad to see that this country isn't polluting the area, at least not in this fashion. All the while, kind of keeping really focusing on if I hear or notice any movement or anything else like that.
Go ahead and roll your intuition again.
72. That's high green.
Okay. So you don't see anything peering out from the brush that was along the banks of the river here. But you do hear some voices in a language you don't understand.
Can I roll to hear those voices?
You're too far out.
Too far out? Okay.
We have some private phones, do we not?
No.
We don't?
Nope. Cell phones are not readily available currently. You do have your communicators, however.
Go out on a limb. And I'm going to write in English in the mud or sand, discreetly. We are not with New Prussia. Please reach out. And I leave my communicator.
So you leave your communicator on the, like, where you've written this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you stand there?
Sure,
do you stand there waiting, or do you walk back?
No, and then I finish getting some samples, and then I go back.
Okay.
And it's easy enough for me to do that because I can.
Sure.
Like
you end up hearing some foliage move as you're walking back, but you don't see anything per se.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Then you hear all 5 of you end up hearing some voice you don't recognize coming in on I should say all 4 of you hear some voice coming in on the line in a language you don't recognize. Very confused sounding.
He just turns his down.
Did
Would Hyperion know?
you hear that?
Yeah, so Hyperion goes,
Hyperion, why don't you give me a reason check?
Have I made it back across
Yeah.
to Angler?
Yeah.
If he's like tapping his thing or like something like that,
he's
well,
not.
I would have said
He is.
I would have mentioned it to him.
He is not showing a single outward sign that his communicator went off.
Okay. So when I get back to you, though, I say, I left my communicator.
He stops you at, where are those samples at? And then he'll take the samples and put them into his bag.
Okay. So what'd you get?
88 yellow result.
Ooh. Yes,
Can I
Carmen.
can I also do a reason check to see if I don't think I speak a lot of languages, but if I recognize what language it is?
Sure, you absolutely could.
Okay. I was going to say I also have a talent in acoustics, but that's not the same as linguistics.
No, it is not.
62 on incredible. So that's green.
Okay. So you're uncertain. What would you get, Hyperion?
88 yellow result.
Oh, okay. So Carmen, you are uncertain. However, you remember your mother being able to speak more than one language. And you only recall this like once briefly. It came up in passing conversation because your mother was actually born in Europe, although you never really found out where. And she was fluent in more than one language, so you're fairly certain it is a language similar to German. So that region, perhaps. Hyperion. This is a Polish dialect.
Okay.
It's a bit dirty, so it means they've probably, the language and slang that they're using is probably due to whoever is using it grew up near Polish and Russian border, perhaps. So the words are, there's probably some words being mixed or slurred that probably aren't from the original dialect or whatnot. You can't quite make out what it's being said, though. You don't have the programming installed yet. But it clearly is no one from your team.
Right.
Are we on a did our frequency get interrupted?
Either that or a communicator has been taken.
That's not a good sign.
All legacy members, if you're able, please respond. Perhaps Freddy and Ixion are under watch and something has happened to a communicator. But the dialect is Polish. Is it like obvious that New Prussia is on the Polish border? Okay.
It is, yes.
Do we know where exactly they went to get samples?
The river, which was near, which borders Poland. Yes.
Do you think they might have run into some trouble?
It was either running into trouble or done on purpose. We would need more information.
Question. Is it out of beyond the belief that Freddy knows Morse code?
It is absolutely not out of that. Yes. So I would say, given your naval activities, you definitely know Morse code.
As he's putting the samples that he collected from Ixion into it, he is going to assume that Hyperion can use Morse code because he's a robot.
Racist.
And he... I'm machinist, sir.
I'm not racist. I'm a machinist.
But since he can't hear it, he's going to send a Morse code message saying Ixion gave out his communicator.
Okay. Now give me a reason check.
Oh, probably bad. Amazing.
Ixion gave away his mother.
Oh, that's actually not bad. Green result.
Okay. So it takes you a few seconds, like the second go around, because usually Morse code is not just once. It's a a steady code that goes twice, so you get the full message. So you kind of miss part of it the first time around. You're like, wait a minute, these cutouts are sounding, they're in timing to something. And that's when you realize somebody is using Morse code, and that's when you get the message from Freddy.
Okay. I see. It was on purpose. Ixion provided his communicator to someone. Interesting. Not sure why.
Yeah, why would he do that?
Can I try to send a Morse code signal back saying, why did Ixion do that?
Ask if they're in trouble.
And do you need assistance?
No response because he can't hear it.
Why can't you hear it?
Because he turned his communicator down.
We're surrounded by guards.
So you don't get a reply, but then
All
you
right.
get the voice message, again in that language you're not quite understanding.
Okay. Perhaps there's someone around who may speak that dialect. They are a neighboring country. Have either of you ladies run into anybody who seems to be more of a linguist or has lived in different areas in Europe recently?
Well, the woman at the police thingy was Polish.
That's true.
True. Perhaps we should return quickly.
Are you going to have her translate it?
Do you believe that is an error?
Lets them know we have communicators.
Well, we don't have any idea what the content of the message is and whether it would need to be
I mean, there's gotta be
whether it's secure.
Yeah, there's gotta be a reason why Exion did what he did. So we might putting somebody in danger, not one of our own.
Could we find a dictionary somewhere?
Perhaps. I wonder.
Maybe the cop lady can help us with that. Get a dictionary.
They mostly speak English here, right?
Yes.
Jerome?
Mm-hmm.
Is there any instance here where we have come into contact with a non-English, I don't know,
No.
like site or anything?
As of yet, no. Although, keep in mind that this was formerly Russian and then formerly German, so there is that.
Is there a like a touristy spot somewhere that we could like buy like a phrasebook kind of a thing?
100%.
Maybe they'll have something Polish there.
Idea.
Yeah. Yeah.
What time is it now?
It's afternoon.
Like early afternoon or getting
Yeah.
close to.
Okay. Early afternoon. So we'll say it's like 1.
All right, it's about time that we head back. I know I packed the suit, but I think our dinner guest. Well, we're the dinner guest. Would prefer if I was less sweaty and smelly.
Our host.
They're like, okay, do you you're calling it for the day? Need a lift back to your hotel?
Yes, please. The only reason I'm calling it so early is just because, you never want to go into a dinner date with a ruler of a country smelling like he just swam 20 miles.
And they're like, oh, yeah, no.
Right?
Yep, gamey.
That's one word for it. Go on, Ixion, let's go.
Fishy.
And while he's putting his bag into the trunk,
Okay.
he's gonna pulse out another message, heading back to hotel.
Okay. And so you guys go
We
to
are headed back to the hotel.
you guys go to a local bookstore.
Yeah.
For a small, a traveler's guide to Polish, which they definitely have. They've got a traveler's guide for German, for Russian, and Polish languages.
Let's just get all three so it's less suspicious.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'll buy all 3.
Okay.
Also, did
They've got one here for English too, but I mean, I doubt you would, need that because you're obviously
Better get that one too.
I wonder if Freddy turned his communicator back up.
Nope.
Okay. Not that we would know that, but
Right.
He did send in another Morse coded message. It seems that he will be returning soon along with Ixion. So at least we'll be able to communicate there. Let's see what we can find with regard to the Polish communicator. And I look through the Polish book and using total memory with the words we just recently heard, can I figure out what was said?
Okay. Give me another reason check.
Nice. That's bound to be good. Amazing 80 yellow results.
Okay. So going off your memory, again, you're not completely certain. You don't speak the language. You just kind of thumbed through a book and took the information into yourself.
Mhm.
You think they're trying. Someone is trying to say that they need help getting in.
If I'm correct, then the individual is saying that they need help getting into the country.
who are
Well,
they?
it's a good question. Perhaps we can formulate a response that they'd hear through the communicator. Question is, what should be said?
Who are you?
Reasonable question. Look through the book, and
A basic phrase to identify yourself, sort of thing.
exactly.
Okay. And then you hear it like click on, and there's like some like several people conversing back and forth. Like you can hear what sounds to be like a confused argument. And then you end up hearing some guy respond.
Okay. Try to translate.
Okay.
Ben, could you not Ben? Oh my gosh.
Reading into different universes.
Dale, could you just like read the whole book and then like know Polish?
No. He's gonna need something more extensive for that.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's just
No.
words. It's not like grammatical structure and
Correct.
all of that.
It's giving you a rough structure to try and figure something out, but it's going to be more detailed than that. If you got a language program and essentially downloaded it, that would go a long way.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, let's see. So I'll go ahead and try to translate what the people just said. 51 on amazing. That is a green result.
Okay. You think the person identified themselves as Anatol, and
Take
then
that one. I can't sleep at night.
and then reiterated that they are trying to get in.
Okay.
There was more there, but you're it was a bit too fast and you aren't able to make out what exactly was being said.
All I could translate was a name. They called themselves Anatol. And they repeat that they're simply trying to get in.
We don't know what's their purpose.
Not yet.
Is there some kind of militia that wants to take out generate them in?
Well,
There's people here.
if they're trying to get in, or if they're struggling to get in, then I would guess maybe they're not deviant.
Yeah.
But then why would they want to come in if they're not deviant?
Well, if it's a militia.
Other human beings may want to come here because the circumstances are still better than where they're from, even if, by our standards, they are technically terrible. That seems to be what
That's
was
true.
said by the bartender I spoke to recently.
That's true. Well, I would like to hear what reasoning Ixion had for giving this away in the first place.
Yeah, we teleport back to the hotel and find out.
Okay. Well, at this point, you guys, everybody is back at the hotel. They, dropped you off and waved and drove off.
I made sure to collect all my stuff out of the trunk first.
Okay. Yeah.
And he will start to go upstairs, and he will actually take a shower first.
Okay. So you are busy getting ready.
I go find Ixion before he gets to his room. Ixion, how was the trip?
Productive. We gained many samples, and there was also another happenstance that I would like to speak in private about.
Of course, we can head into my room if you like.
And thank you for the subscription, Crippled Gamer. Much appreciated.
Hey.
Woohoo!
Thank you. About right
So-
here.
Walk into my room, close the door.
And explain to you that say I had noticed that there was someone. I had noticed eyes watching us from across the river, and not in a malicious fashion. At least I did not feel that way. And when I loosely approached, I made it look like I was gaining samples from the other side. They had moved to not be as noticeable. I had made mention of what we were doing and making sure that, I had said something along the lines of, well, I'm glad that New Prussia is not polluting the rivers and corrupting the environment in that fashion. And I heard another language. I would assume Polish, judging by the border, but I could be wrong. And I left my communicator there on a hunch. It may be costly, it may have been wrong, but I felt that if there were people that were investigating and did not want to be seen by those of New Prussia, perhaps they would be able to give us insight on maybe some things that they have observed if they were spying or gathering information.
I see. Well, we have
Any
received.
chance that I have to get my ship back, I will take it.
Understandable. I'm sure that means much to you. It was your link to your home, after all.
Among other things, yes.
Well, we did receive communication from the individuals who obtained your communicator. There seem to be a few. They do speak Polish, and their main goal is to actually enter this country, it seems. But we have not probed for further information. We wanted to first glean from you the reason why you provide the communicator. And now we know.
I would
So,
wonder why they want to come in.
there are theories. The best way to know is, of course, to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see what I can do about asking that question. I thumb through the Polish book and see if I can form a phrase that's like, why do you want to enter this country? And I say that over the communicator.
Okay.
Perhaps find out if they are also deviants or enhanced humans.
Their term for deviant in the phrase book.
Hold on one second.
Might not be good. Be like, are you a deviant? What do you think I am? Some sort of criminal? Yeah.
No, that's not what you meant. Oh, darn it.
So you reply to that, and and you can hear some more discussion or something, and then it's some voices trying to silence others down, like shh, sort of thing, like they're trying to hear like what's on the radio, sort of thing. And the word they try to get out sounds kind of like deviant.
Okay. Is that all they said?
Yeah, it's clear to you that they understand that there's a language barrier.
Okay.
So they're trying to dumb themselves down so they can communicate correctly with whoever's on the other line here.
Okay.
Are you
Any kind of if they've had any kind of education, it would have been taught basic English.
Have they tried to come through
the normal channels?
the normal channels? It seems that they would not be refused if they are
Like us?
enhanced.
Is it just the two of you, or are we all together? Except for
No, you guys. No, you guys are together with the exception of Freddie. Freddie went straight to get clean.
Oh, okay.
Checking, because I didn't think we were in the room.
No, the rest of you are together.
Okay.
Cool.
Maybe we
Then,
should ask if anybody there is English.
That's maybe not a bad idea. Does anyone speak English?
I say, do any of you speak English?
And then there's like some again, there's like, a bunch of chatter back and forth, and you hear yes in the background, and then like some shuffling around again, and you hear, yeah, American good.
Just a side note, he has turned his communicator up so he can listen to the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah. Excellent.
I doubt he knows Polish, but he might know another language that they might try to use.
I communicate. Excellent. Why don't you come here normally over the border?
And then there's more of the generalized discussion, and then you end up hearing, fuzz on border. Then you hear like somebody say question, and they're like, and then you hear like some other replies, like, you know, like, ugh. Like they don't know if he was correct in saying what he said.
Okay.
Fuzz?
Like an electric fence?
Fuzz is slang for police.
Oh, that kind of, oh, fuzz, not buzz.
Do they not qualify?
Does something keep you all from talking to the police when you cross the border?
No, no, no. Fuzz is bad. No cross. Fuzz bad.
Then why do they want to come here?
Then why do you want to come here if the fuzz are bad?
He, gives a word that it's horrible in his accent and language, but he's trying to it sounds like he's trying to identify as deviant.
Okay. I turn to the group and I go, I wonder if not all empowered humans are treated the same. For example, Lightbringer, the individual you live with, their ability is relatively minor compared to the scale of others who have powers. Perhaps if a power is not sufficient or useful enough. Exactly.
So they're being persecuted for the type of powers they have.
Possibly.
The fact that they have powers from non-enhanced individuals,
Well, he's getting it
yet
from they're
yet
getting it from
they're
the
caught in between because they are not enhanced enough.
Yeah, they're caught in between. How are we supposed to get them in?
Well, technically, there is a relatively easy way. Your power.
Tell
But then
yeah.
what they would do once they're here is another question.
Yeah, 'cause they don't have papers.
Correct.
He starts drying off.
Okay.
I say to the communicator, what will you do once you get into New Prussia?
Then there's like a lot of discussion, and then you can hear him trying to form the person trying to new person speaking isn't the person who is Anatole. It's somebody else. And the guy says, "Oh, we work. We hard work."
We could teleport
wonder-
over and them.
I wonder if we could bring them in as employees, potential employees.
We have to have established already, though.
We are trying to establish our company here. We may need to have employees.
But the employees would be from this country. They wouldn't be illegal immigrants into the country.
We could see about bringing them in as proper immigrants to work for us in some manner. Just a thought.
Can we ask if they're in danger where they're from?
I ask the communicator, are you in danger in Poland?
Then you again you hear more of the back and forth discussion, and then you hear, "Oh, yes, bad home, bad home," and then like says a question again, like he's trying to figure out what the word is, and you can hear a verbal like shrug sort of thing because they don't the rest of them clearly don't understand English or don't understand it enough to be sure that he's saying it correctly, but that's what he communicates.
Okay.
Jerome, I sent you a message.
To Shon's point, we may be able to simply find them and speak to face. It may be just a superior way to interface and understand their plight. What says the team?
Do we have time to do that before we need to get ready for the evening?
Well, what time is it now?
You're pushing 2 p.m. right now.
What time is dinner?
6?
Dinner is at 6.
We got time.
Yeah,
Okay.
we just can't stay long. Do you want to wait for Angler?
Of course.
Well, yeah.
I teleport in to tell him, but I'm afraid
I mean, he's just in the next room.
Yes. Let's
Get him
see if
bang
she's
on the-
available. Yeah.
bang on the wall.
And over the communicator also I go, Angler, are you available for a quick trip?
Give me a second.
Time's up.
Having
That was 1 second.
secret conversations.
Settling something real quick and so he says, "Let me join you in the room real quick."
Of course.
And he'll walk over. He's wearing his comfortable clothes. He's not wearing the suit yet.
Okay.
And he changes his voice a little bit and starts speaking in Russian. Please identify yourself again. Do you speak Russian?
And now you hear like a bunch more, chatter, and then somebody else gets back on, and in broken Russian, Anatol gets back on this, and he says, you speak Russian?
I do. So you're trying to come into this country for what purposes?
Yes. We're it is not safe in Poland. We can't cross. We do not have papers. Police, the policia here will not give us papers.
Okay, so you need to immigrate. Do you feel unsafe in your country?
Yes, that did I not say that right? And he asks somebody else, and they're like, yeah, no, you said that right in Russian.
Specifically, what you are is an asylum seeker.
Oh yes, yeah, we seek asylum.
Give me an hour and keep the comm lines closed, and I will be back with you to help you get asylum.
Oh, why does this look like an ear?
I'm not the one who designed it.
This is very strange, but very interesting.
1 hour.
Okay. We lay low.
And he will share the conversation.
I did not know you spoke Russian, Freddy. Interesting.
The other fingers also know German and French. It helps with the type of work we did.
So how are you going to get them asylum?
We have to figure out what their asylum laws are. Apparently, they feel in danger in their own country, and in the United States, you merely have to go to a port of entry and claim that you're seeking asylum. I do not know if New Prussian laws are the same.
I
Well, they
would
tried
think that
coming
there
in,
might be.
and they said that their powers weren't useful, so they were denied. Because
Asylum is different
I
than
thought
it.
that this was an asylum for all deviants already.
Asylum is something a little bit different. It's a specific thing. Instead of trying to immigrate, what you're trying to do is say, I feel unsafe in this country that I'm living in, and I need to seek other refuge. Even if they come across as laborers, they seem that they feel safer in this country than in their own.
To the larger question, though, is resettlement to New Prussia something that we want to encourage? I'd hate for them to be getting out of the frying pan and into the fire.
Right now, we have a problem with possibly trying to help potential terrorists into a new country.
Also that.
Sorry if I'm being a little bit more blunt than normal.
No, because that was as I brought that up too. Are we living in a militia type? Because there are innocents here who have no idea what they're here for.
They may have tried to legally immigrate and been denied through their own country, and that seems like that's the question of what happened. They said that the police specifically wouldn't give them the papers. In Eastern Europe specifically, you have to have papers to cross a border. Asylum, however, is a different process than what we're doing. Now, I have an hour to find an immigration officer of some sort before we reach back out to them.
We could probably, this is a place where a lot of new refugees come through. I'm sure we could find one courtesy of the hotel or something.
That's what I was about to do. Go downstairs. I'll reach out in about 15 minutes telepathically. And he walks out the door and he starts heading downstairs.
Okay. So it's pretty calm here. They've got another small group of like 5 individuals coming in. They're checking in right now. They've got somebody at the front desk bringing their luggage in, sort of thing, and they've got somebody assigning room keys and starting to get people situated. One of the people up front sees you approaching. How can I help, sir?
Yes, I was a bit curious. I didn't see anything in the paperwork that I was given, so I probably overlooked it. But I was wondering if you have anything about possible asylum.
We do. Obviously, it's not taken care of here at the hotel.
Oh yeah, it's new nation, all that. I'm pretty sure there's some people who want to cross over. Distant relatives, of course. Have a few cousins, I think they are, like 3 times removed, but family's family type of situation.
Mm-hmm.
That might be trying to come here. So I was wondering, is there a port of entry because I know in America we have a port of entry that you have to go to. What about here in New Prussia?
We do. Obviously, you're already inside of New Prussia, so you'd want to go to the main government building downtown and go into the immigration offices.
Let's say if they were coming from somewhere like Poland or from Germany, could they just walk through the front gate, or?
No. Both Poland and Germany have unofficial laws against deviants crossing over. So they tend to harass and harangue those individuals when they attempt to do so. So I think our constables might be the ones that you want to speak to, because they tend to deal with the ones that cross over usually in the dead of the night, and wind up wandering the town without an idea where to go.
Do you have anyone who you like?
There is a substation not even a block over from this hotel that you could go to and speak to somebody.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much. And he's going to reach in like he's going to give a tip, because this seems like it's the concierge.
Okay.
And he'll give them $5, which 1994 money is a lot of money.
Yeah. So he's like, oh, hey, well, thank you.
You've been a big help.
I
Thank you
will
so
not
much.
refuse American dollars.
And he'll telepathically communicate to Lightbringer where he's headed to.
Okay.
He's like, I know her.
Yeah, I'll mention the girl that we talked to earlier and say that she was very helpful. And then I'll relay this to the rest of the group.
Okay.
That makes more sense now.
He will relate to her about the unofficial laws, and he'll put it in like so snarky that she can physically see the air quotes.
We'll also mention to Freddie that the girl at the police station was Polish. So, if he could use that.
And so when he gets there, let me know.
Yeah. So, I mean,
I don't know if you want to jump back over to these guys for a moment.
Yeah, no, it's walking distance. I take it that the rest of you are you getting ready for the evening, or are you staying frosty in case he needs you for something?
Yeah, if we have to go down to the border, like I don't want to do that in my evening gown.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I think we'll stay frosty.
It's your holding pattern, no problem. Okay. It's walking distance, so you go to the substation. It's actually like right next to like a bookstore, and adjacent to it it's a nice pastry place sort of thing. So it's clearly embedded into the community. You already heard the layout inside. The officer is still sitting up front, and as you walk in, the doorbell kind of chimes.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir. How can I help you?
I had a question. I have some family who, distant relatives, I could go into the yada yada yada, but I don't think you care. That live in Germany, and some live in Poland. They were concerned about maybe immigrating, but I've heard a few rumors about the laws of the land when it comes to those particular countries.
Yes.
I was curious, if someone were to cross illegally into your border because they can't get across, let's say, the Polish line, is there any way that they'd be able to find an officer and identify themselves?
They could. The problem is most don't know that they can. So what usually ends up happening is they come across as vagrants of some kind, accidentally violate some sort of law, and then it kind of spirals downward from there. It usually doesn't end poorly, just usually bad first contact. Unfortunately, it is a common occurrence. The border police on both sides there tend to harass needlessly the deviants who attempt to cross legally. And we've heard some instances of even some who legitimately have papers trying to cross, have them the papers taken. So we have attempted to get word out that they can cross illegally, but there are some that are still used to the Eastern Bloc states and the Soviet Union style of dealing with border crossers, and so they're hesitant to do so. So it makes it very difficult for us to track them and bring them across safely.
All right, so it's not so much getting across, it's just finding their way to a substation like this.
And knowing that they can at least start off here, yes.
Fantastic. See, America is a little bit different. You have to enter through an official point of entry, or you can be rejected, even in cases where there's like asylum laws. So I
unless
wanted
you were Cuban.
or Russian a few years ago in the U.S. I don't think they liked Russians very much back during the Cold War.
You're actually still in the throes of ending the Cold War at this point. So in 94.
Oh, 94?
Yeah.
Or he'll just say or Russian in the in the United States right now.
Right. She says, but no, our laws are very similar to the United States laws for Cuba. If the Cubans can make it across, they will be allowed to stay here and get transition to get natural citizenship. It's a matter of if they can do it safely. Again, there's a lot of information out there that isn't disseminated correctly, and that has prevented many people from safely crossing into our borders.
Or even feeling brave enough to do it in the first place.
Precisely.
Well, I want to thank you so much. You really helped out, and even if my family doesn't come over here, they're super powered like myself. And then he'll just show his ribs so she can see the gills.
Yeah, she's like,
then,
oh, well, that's rather unique.
Yeah, I'm here studying the water to see what the ecological impact is on your water sources.
Oh, okay.
But I do have some distant relatives, and then I hope they're able to make their way through. If not, they're able to keep their powers low key. So it's just an option. Thank you so much. And then
you're quite all right. And she hands you a card.
He'll take it, and he'll call her by her name before she hands him his card.
Okay. Officer Wolowitz.
Willowitz. Thank you so much, Willowitz. You have been a darling.
Oh, believe me, it's I'm happy to help.
And he'll wave goodbye, and then he'll head on out.
Okay.
He will share the information with Lightbringer.
Okay.
That way everyone else can be informed before he gets back.
Okay.
So it looks like we just need to go to where Exion first spotted one of them and have him cross over. We'll just make sure that they cross over safely.
And just let me know when I get back, Jerome.
Yeah, you're only a block away, so you're back.
I would say that we do not go back there and get muddied in with them folks. It is a...
Lay that on the communicator?
No, he's back already.
No, I mean, like, relay that to them.
Yeah, we're about to do that before we finish that. And before we do that, we want to make sure that we are all in agreement on what we're going to do. Because I'm sure Hyperion can shut out a communicator from our network. If he can't, the robot back at base can.
True, that is possible. We can simply change the frequency and that would block them. But if we can retrieve that, that would be helpful. Otherwise, we could remake one.
I would say let us communicate with them and say that we will meet them tomorrow morning.
We could always say that they found your communicator by the water, and that's how we opened up the chain of communication as well.
An easy out.
It gives us plausible deniability. I see that smile, Jerome. I see it.
One of the best political terms.
Once again, I just want to be sure that based on what we know about this place and the people that run it, do we really want to facilitate bringing more people here?
We have a couple of problems with this to begin with. One, they have one of our communicators.
Yes.
Which gives them direct identification with us.
True.
By saying that we heard them over the communicator, talking back and forth. Someone spoke in Russian, and I happen to understand Russian.
Sure.
But this also gives us a way of seeing what their actual process is like while we analyze the situation. Who knows? We might not be breathing before the end of the night's over.
I would like to think, I'd like to hope that we will.
So do
I
I.
am not breathing now, nor is Hyperion.
But the point being is we may actually have an issue with our meeting and our dinner meeting tonight that we may not have another chance to do something like this. The communicator being gone for a night is okay, especially if they go ahead and they drop it off at the police station, which we're going to give them very specific instructions to. Since they'll have instructions, they'll know what they need to do in order to be able to take political asylum here.
But
not knowing their powers, as far as we know, they're simple, what we would call heteromorphs, like my lungs.
Well, they'll scan them.
but
Found out.
and I don't know if I'm getting the point across. Are we all
I
agreed
know.
that
I get what you're
it's better
saying
for them to be here than it is where they are?
because of what we feel that he,
right.
yeah, because we feel that he created an army.
Right. That's what I'm trying to ask.
Understandable. What would be the solution then if we did not help them improve their situation here?
I don't know.
I think it's one of those things where you guys say stuck between a pebble and a rock.
A rock and a hard place?
Is that what it is? That actually sounds better than what I said.
One way gives us deniability that we were actually acting against the nation that we're currently in. That's the reason this is the best option. Not knowing if they're superpowered beings or if they're merely humans, unempowered humans trying to flee a bad nation. It could be several different things. We don't know if he's actually trying to build an army, but I never assume with racist.
Very astute. I concur. It seems that the best course of action for all parties considered is to go along with Freddy's plan, as stated. It would benefit those individuals, improving their style of life and getting them away from an unsafe location. It would allow us to learn more about the process of how this country works and how they treat immigrants. And it will be an opportunity to help human beings.
All right. Then that's sufficient for me.
Trust me, I am very aware of your concern, and I do not want to supply a racist with soldiers. Very much. Has it been an hour? Give or take?
Yes, sure.
He'll start speaking in Russian. Annabelle or
Anatole.
Anatole, are you there?
Oh, yeah, I am here. What do I call you?
Call me FF.
F.
Yep.
And you hear them like question back.
Call me Ephemer.
Ephemer? Okay.
See? FF better.
F. Okay, what do we do?
All you have to do is cross over somewhere and go to a police station and ask for asylum. You don't have to cross over at the border.
That's it?
That's it.
They will not arrest us?
They will speak with you, but they should not arrest you unless you break another law, such as committing a crime like breaking and entering or assaulting someone.
Okay, so he starts, relaying that to, the other people, and you can hear some chatter in the background, and like lights, verbal lights going off, like, wow, we can just cross, sort of thing. And he says, so okay, so we cross, we find a new Prussia Policia, and is okay.
It'll be fine.
Oh,
Their biggest thing.
No papers.
No papers needed.
Oh, thank you. How we pay you back? Do you need ear?
Yeah.
Leave it with Justin forgot, but Freddie would remember the name on the thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wallowitz.
Wallowitz. He gives Officer Wallowitz. Leave that with her.
Officer Wallowitz. So we find Officer Wallowitz. We leave air with her.
Yes.
Okay, we can do this.
The ear you found by the river.
Right. Erie River.
All right. Safe journey.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you, FF.
You're welcome.
That's all it's obviously you don't hear anything back, and that's that.
All right. I'm going to go and soak in the bathtub for a little bit.
Take a moment to write down 100 karma on all of your sheets.
Yay.
Glad I did that.
Yay.
Rescuing immigrants.
Putting it right into my bunk.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to roll for my stunt thing.
So you're going to be practicing that here?
Power stunt. Yeah.
Okay.
Why not?
Go ahead.
I'm not rocketing around like some people.
True. Good point. Point taken.
Or creating a plasma blast.
Yeah.
I am not practicing my stunts for a reason.
Yeah, that's not red.
Okay. So then from here, you guys rest, relax, get ready, and go to dinner then, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So as you have all gotten prepped and ready, Ixion, your outfit is no longer moist.
Pearls on.
Just out of curiosity, do they know that I don't eat?
Probably.
That is a great in-character question that I welcome you to ask when you get there.
Pearl is on the necklace.
Okay.
Not
I'm
on
going to be a little rebellious and wear my red shoes.
Worst case scenario,
Okay.
if I'm going to be insulting, then I can encapsulate the.
Here you go.
As you walk down from your respective hotel rooms, there is a limousine waiting, which, upon entering, takes you to a rather expansive mansion that sits just off the distance a bit from the main government buildings. It's not quite a hill, but it is risen a little bit above. Pardon me, good. Above the earth, so it does have a little bit of a view. And then if you get to the heights of it, because the mansion itself is a bit more like a castle, although not quite. But I mean, it does have kind of some raised pillars up front that lead to some nice balcony scenes that if you were to stand out up the top of it, you would have a nice view of the city at night.
I'm just going to shake my head and say something in Egyptian.
Okay.
I'm getting a whole Dr. Doom vibe here. Is he an actual villain right now in this universe?
Dr. Doom, no, he is not. Dr. Doom is a Marvel villain.
I'm getting a very, very comic book vibe off of this place. See?
I see what you did there. But the limousine pulls up out front. There's a nice fountain in the very center. with interchanging lights. There's several guards out front, all dressed in uniform, obviously. Everybody here, however, is looking nice.
I'm gonna looking around at the place, but really basically looking for defenses.
Okay. While the first guess when you're looking at it, while it is used for living, the way and manner of the design of the building is very easily defendable. It looks like it may have been a castle at one point in time, and it was just built up for amenities as well as taking superpowers into account.
Okay.
Nice windows, bushes and trees that surround the place. It's actually very lovely in a lifestyles of the rich and famous sort of way.
Sorry, go ahead. I thought you were done.
As you are brought up to the double doors, which are opening, an individual standing there in a full suit, individually tailored, similar to all of yours, not just your typical bow tie sort of event, but I mean, very, very stylish looking. He has kind of the Van Dyke style beard. He is bald. He stands, clips his heels together, and bows to all of you as you approach.
I'm gonna purposely leave my clutch car that we were in.
Okay.
In the car? Okay.
Okay. And he looks to all of you and he says, "I am Vashta. Welcome to our home."
It's a beautiful home.
Thank you very much. If you will all follow me to the main dining hall, we have prepared a number of dishes for all of you.
Go ahead and follow. And does it look like we're the only ones who arrived, or does it look like there are others who are joining the dinner as well?
You are the only ones.
Got it.
And all Freddy can think is, "This is a trap. This is a trap. This is a trap."
So as he's walking with you down the halls, there are like large tapestries, many of which date back to Prussia, the original Prussia, like old school German and whatnot. Not when it got to the Reich era. There's nothing of that resembling that here at all. So it looks like great pains has been taken to either restore or bring back items of that historic ilk, from those kings and queens and that royal lineage and whatnot. Everything here is in immaculate condition. There are painted pictures up on the wall, some of which depict Reich Shield, fighting off enemies, or just your typical macho pose that many dictators or generals or whatnot would might have. There are some other individuals you don't recognize. One of which is Vashta, who is leading you through the halls. You do recognize him because he's standing right in front of you. Others are of a blonde-haired woman who you're uncertain is, but appears to be superpowered as well in the paintings.
Does she look like the lady from the statue?
She does. Good call.
There was a third. Weren't they? There are three statues?
There are three, yes.
Wait, let me see. What was the first one? I mean, the third one.
It's his team, right?
Yes.
That was Beschuterin or something like that.
Yep. Beschuterin, Vashta, and Reichshield.
Very good.
Oh, Vashta looks like watched her.
Yes.
Okay. I spelled that weird. Okay.
No, you didn't spell that weird. Oh, well, you mean if you spelt it how it sounded, yeah.
just now I spelled it weird.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay.
So, and you're seeing that. Brittany, why don't you give me an intuition check?
$62 on incredible. That's what I got before. Oh, almost yellow.
Oh, good
That's
call.
great. I was gonna say something, now I can't remember. Oh,
Insert something clever.
I was gonna ask if any of the like action pictures or like the victory pictures had Electrum in them.
No.
Okay.
No,
None
do
of
not.
him fighting Electrum.
No.
And the Third Reich, there is no actual iconography of that around, right?
Nope. Actually, that's given the fact that your presumption was that he was tied to that, you see none of that here. No iron crosses, no swastikas, nothing like that here.
I want to argue the Iron Cross, but now is not the time. Sorry, the Iron Cross has been used through generations
of
soldiers long before the Germans.
It was. No, I get it.
Same with the swastika.
Yeah.
Yeah, same with swastika.
It's just they used it and they were really, really bad. And so everyone just sees it and associates it with that. But anyways, so as you're walking along, there's a picture that catches your eye, Brittany. And the picture is of it looks like it's of a family. It's a large man, very well-built, broad-shouldered, man, standing, and then sitting is a woman, presumably his wife. He's got his arm kind of, on her chair, and then at her feet, sitting, is a young woman, probably pushing 17-ish. Listed on the names is Ami Albrecht, Noemi Albrecht, and Jürgen Albrecht.
Can you say that again?
Ami, so in essence, it's the French version of Amy.
Oh.
So it's A-M-E-E, but there's an apostrophe over one of the E's because they're funny like that.
Ami.
M-A.
And Albrecht is the last name. Noemi, which is basically French for Naomi. So Noemi is N-O-E with the apostrophe over it, M-I-E.
It's a accent aigu,
Yes.
I believe.
And then Jürgen, who has the very German umlaut over the U.
Okay. I don't know how to do that on Word.
I don't either. So I copied it off a web page and then put it to a text file. And every time I bring it up for my own notes, I copy it.
Gotcha.
I cheat.
Okay. Me too.
However, as you are looking at that, the daughter looks very familiar.
Does it look like somebody that I know?
Yes.
Does it look like who I think it looks like?
Who do you think it looks like?
Somebody very close to me.
I would say you're getting warmer.
It's the roommate.
I'm going to kind of like stop a little bit or like kind of slow, and you could tell that that this painting caught my eye, but then when I keep walking, I'm gonna look kind of shaken, but not say anything.
Not stirred.
Can I take a look at the picture?
Sure.
Now that attention has definitely been drawn to it. 22, so no.
So your takeaway from that is, wow, that painting was masterfully done. That is super classy.
I walk a little bit closer to Lightbringer and whisper in her ear, "Is everything okay?"
I don't know.
That's very mysterious. Something is troubling you.
I have questions.
I see. Perhaps we'll have answers tonight.
The rest of you are brought into this rather large dining room, which looks like it was probably the throne room at one point in time, but it's been refurbished. So there's a nice thick table that's in here. There's a boar sitting in the middle, along with several side dishes. There are seats for everyone, individually marked. The one marked for Ixion specifically has a bowl of a metal alloy you guys have not seen before sitting in front of it.
Oh, before we get started, I forgot my little purse in the car. I'm going to read it real quick and I'll be right back.
So
She's going
Vashta at that
teleport.
point, remains standing, waiting for everybody, but he seats the rest of you while she excuses herself and teleports.
See if I can teleport.
Yep.
Okay. Well, and I come back with my clutch. Silly me. I'm always forgetting this thing. I don't even know why I carry it.
I'm going to lean over and be like, I have tampons if you need them.
Oh.
Thanks. Keep that in mind.
As the blood rushes to her face.
Yeah.
So, the rest of you are seated at this point, and a out of costume Reich Shield approaches and sits at the front of the table, or at the head of the table, I should say.
I touched the bowl.
Okay,
What is it?
it's a bowl.
What is it made of? Do I recognize it?
Nope.
Does it look like it has the qualities of Drixium?
Potentially, yes. As you've
Of
never had
what?
it, as you've never had a chance to see one up close. It's one of those like, oh, maybe.
Okay.
Wait, that's the metal that's being mined?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, are these bowls in front of everyone?
No, just you.
It's your supper.
Is this something that I mean, like, does it taste good?
Are you attempting to taste it?
I absorb.
Right.
Is this edible to me?
Again, you are uncertain. Although it's a solid metal, I would say likely no.
Okay.
Everyone else has plates and glasses and silverware and whatnot laid out, in front of them. And he says, and he, motions with his hand and he says, "Welcome. I appreciate that you accepted my invitation."
Thank you for the invitation, Mr. President. Admittedly, it was quite a shock.
You may call me Jurgen if you so please.
Jurgen. Very well.
And so he, makes a clap, and some servants, come out with, food, appropriate. There are, basically, for Carmen, for Freddie, and for Shone, the initial appetizer, it's whatever would have been like your favorite snack like that you might have gone for a meal. So
Like in
be,
our own
yeah,
universe
exactly.
or whatever?
Like be it fruit or I mean, it could be something simple as raisins or even Fritos or something. It's just whatever you would have deemed something your kind of go-to snack that you might have, or palate cleanser, to open up with for a dinner or something.
And it's different.
So it's not anything exotic from like her realm.
No. It's just
Okay.
because your realm would have been very similar to Earth in that sense.
So it's not like that scene from Galaxy Quest when they're sitting down to dinner.
No, for you three, it is not like that scene from Galaxy Quest. No, it is not.
Oh,
But it's different for each of us.
It is different
right?
for each of you. Yes.
Individualized.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna
The
kind of look at their
submerged stick.
plate. Look at mine kind of curiously. You've done your homework.
Well, I did try to get something relative to the each of your place of origin or your homes, something comfort foods, as you would call it. And he says, and he motions to Mark. He says, you will find that the liquid being poured is something that your body can sustain and actually will add to the electrolytes currently flowing within your synthetic body.
That's impressive.
And he motions to Ixion, and he says, you will find that the alkaline formula being poured into the bowl, while toxic to normal humans, I am told is a delicacy on your world. It is something that your kind absorbs. As it was something that was synthesized, I would appreciate your feedback if we got it correct.
So now there's some person like probably in like some like high quality glass that's like pouring this thing in.
More like a container that was redesigned to look a little fancy, so it didn't offend. But it was like the equivalent of like something you might find in a laboratory. They pour it into the bowl.
They put a flare on a beaker. Yeah. So considering that every part of my body is the same, I casually stick my finger in it.
Okay. Give me an intuition check.
$84.
Okay. It's obviously not quite the same, but it is remarkably close to liquids that your kind would absorb as kind of a delicacy. While not, again, it's not something that was required. It was something that if they had it, oh yeah, they would partake.
It's not intoxicating though, is it?
Nope. It would, again, because it's not a requirement. It's not like you guys have a same equivalency to drinking, but for you, it would be very similar to soda.
Okay.
So then,
go ahead. So there's negligible, like nutrient value, but it's.
Oh no, for you it has nutrient. It's just it's
okay.
a sweet drink that your kind would partake in every so often when they basically created it.
I like us getting a banana.
What's that?
It'd be kind of like us getting a banana split.
Sure.
Because you don't have that very often, so it'd be like special.
Speak for yourself.
You don't like banana splits?
Freddie, what would be appropriate for you?
Oranges, actually.
Okay, so oranges. So basically, a freshly sliced orange would be laid out.
Mine would be figs.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so figs.
And for the first time in Hyperion's life, he takes a drink to ingest something from the stuff and sees what that's like.
As this is the first time that you've ever done anything like that, it's alarming at first because you're just not used to it because, again, it's not something you do.
Right.
However, you feel a tingle in your body.
Kind of like when you drink
Um,
something and you can like feel it going down your throat.
Right.
And you feel it. You feel like a little bit of a tingle, and the electrolyte process that this liquid was designed on will give you for the next hour a +5 to whatever you roll.
Oh, all right.
Apparently, it's like an additive that is making the electrons within your neurosynaptic systems fire a little bit better.
Nice.
So I drink that and say, that is impressive. I can already feel its effects.
This is wonderful for being synthetic. It is not exact, and it tastes very, very similar though. It is wonderful.
Excellent. I will tell my scientist slash chef that it met the mark. I appreciate your feedback.
Did these figs come?
I'm sorry, you're breaking up some.
Did the figs come from the Nile, along the Nile in Egypt?
These did come from Egypt, yes.
Impressive.
This, of course, is not the main course. I just simply wish to start off with something that you would like and was perhaps familiar, or in Mark's case, new and pleasurable.
Much obliged.
Tastes like home.
He will tentatively eat the orange slices.
Carmen picks it over. She's definitely distracted and she's pretty quiet,
Okay.
but she will eat at least some of it.
Okay.
She'll pick at it.
I have a question.
I'm sure you have many.
Though it was pleasant, how is it you know so much and such intimate details, such as a dessert, if you will, as such, from my homeworld?
So he takes a sip of wine, from his glass and sets it down, and he says, "Our scientists were able to decrypt much of your vessel."
So you admit to having my vessel?
Of course.
You have not disassembled.
I was under the impression that is why you were here, among other things. Although it does interest me that Miss McCall is not currently amongst your ilk.
Slight
Miss McCall
misunderstanding.
makes her own decisions, though.
Kind of make the intuition check I want to make.
It makes me wonder how you have come to interact with my ship.
The super science of deviant knowledge.
Would a danger sense alert me if there's anything in here that's like poisoned?
Yep,
Okay.
it sure would. At least in the sense of if it was about to interact with somebody. Like, for example, if it was poisonous for Mark to have done something, your danger sense might have gone off. Like when he was, drinking something just now, or like when you were eating something.
Okay. And that hasn't done anything.
That has not done anything. Correct.
Okay, can I make an empathy check? It's a long shot, but
You absolutely can. Empathy on whom?
our host
Okay.
Right.
58 is barely in the green,
Okay.
but it's
What are you looking for?
ulterior motives. Like any like signal that he's not being honest.
Forthright.
Yeah,
Okay.
forthright.
Um, well, it's obvious that he is being guarded. He is also coming up as curious, which might denote that he doesn't know everything. He is a bit excited, and a bit relieved.
What was the first one before curious?
Guarded.
Guarded, right. Okay. Okay.
Hyperion says, "You do have a significant amount of information regarding each of us, and it makes sense for nearly everyone here, except for me. My project was extremely secretive. How was it that you knew what I was, and that this solution would help me?"
You have come with your own individual questions that some of which I was not prepared to answer, but I'm not unwilling. I believe you know Dr. Rostenkowski.
Dr. Alice Rostenkowski, yes.
Uh, she is somebody that was within my employ at one point in time, so I'm familiar with her works.
At one point in time.
Correct, prior to her demise.
Does that name mean anything to the rest of us? Okay.
Like
Should
his
should I recognize
co-creator or something.
that's my guess.
Yeah.
That
Dr.
might do.
Rosten, yeah, Hyperion simply goes like, she was effectively my mother.
Co-creator.
Precisely. I wonder then, Jurgen, have you had some sort of relationship, whether official or otherwise, with each of our mothers and or father?
No, not exactly, but I think it would be fair to say that my rival has.
I see.
Although, admittedly, I would not grant him the foresight that it was done willing. It seems to have been by mistake in some instances, such as yours.
Well, you've obviously gathered us here for more than just a pleasant dinner. What are your intentions?
Well, originally I had bounced the thought that you were here on nefarious means, but then you showed up without Miss McCall. And while she might be a flat scan, she is perhaps she is worthy of the attention that she draws. And without your bench strength, respectively speaking, not being with you, I knew then it wasn't an offensive action that your group was taking.
Well, be that as it may, we are here, and it would seem that you would want something from us.
I want for nothing, as you can tell from my nation. I merely wish to ascertain why exactly you are here. I don't exactly believe the reasoning that you've been providing to our customs officers. However, I would still entertain that, should that be something that you were interested in.
I need my ship.
Of course, I had no intention of keeping it permanently.
Interesting. Then you would be willing to relinquish Ixion's ship to him if he asked.
Not at the present moment, but yes. We have not.
What is preventing you from relinquishing it now?
We have not quite finished our review of the technology. Once we have.
That is not your technology. You have simply things that, such as copyrights, and you are in essence stealing my technology.
We do not have such laws here in this particular nation. So what you were referring to is more of an American axiom.
You acquired my ship from America.
I liberated the vessel from the American government. That is correct.
Some may say stolen.
I'm sure some would say stole. That is correct.
I am unaware, and I do not wish to accuse. But I hope you can understand my trepidation.
Of course.
When something that is rightfully mine is being kept from me.
Well, you have the United States government to blame for that.
And now I have you.
Harsh words for somebody sitting at a dinner table with the individual you're accusing of. I did not accuse you of espionage, which, under my laws, I could immediately throw you into a jail cell.
Be it as it may, I do not mince words. You have us here. You know much about us.
Indeed, I do. But which would you prefer? Not having your vessel? Or having your vessel returned when I'm done? I offer a venue in which you can have it returned, with the only caveat that the United States government do not reobtain it. Were it left in original hands, you would be an outlaw within the country that you find yourself in. Outside of present company.
To what purposes are you using this technology?
Advancing my society.
There is not advanced weaponry on my ship.
Of course not. We did not need it for advanced weaponry. But there is much we can learn beyond our own stars. There's also technological advancements that your vessel contains, such as the pressurized capsule, other biomedical knowledge, the long-range communications, for example, something you've no doubt already experimented with.
When would you be willing to return it to Ixion? Do you have a time frame?
He actually looks over to Vashta for a second, who, pats his mouth and sets down the napkin. He's actually sitting with you as well, and he says something to him, in German, and he says, "I believe we're ahead of schedule. I would assume within a month."
And what if you had assistance?
Assistance would not be required, nor would anybody have the necessary security clearance.
It is my ship.
In
The
my
clearance
custody.
is all mine. Pardon?
Within my custody.
In effect,
I could streamline your information gathering from my ship.
Perhaps.
If what you say is true, I could probably effectively help you download the information.
Perhaps.
In a matter of days rather than a month.
Perhaps. But is it not a matter of trust?
That is a hard-won word.
It is, which is why I'm saying no currently.
You are keeping me from communicating with my family.
I am not.
My own mother. Yes, you are. There are no mincing of the words. You, yourself, with your orders or your preventing of me to reach my ship, are preventing me from communicating with my family.
So he turns to Hyperion and he says, I offered to bring you here in good faith and into our home. I have already given you my word that it will be returned in a month, and I'm still met with hostility.
I have not been hostile.
Quiet. Am I to understand that this is how your group are going to behave? After all, you have entered my nation under dubious means and false pretenses. Of that we've already established.
I'm gonna reach over and just put my hand on Exion's arm.
And I'll say, Ixion, all of us here are well aware of how you feel. At the same time, you must be well aware of the reality of the current situation. Yes, he does have your vessel. And yes, he's not going to relinquish it until he is done. Everything he's said is technically correct. Therefore, we must accept the fact that these are facts. We're not going to break in and rip it from his control.
To be a bit more specific, he has all the aces.
If you were to be so vulgar to insinuate as such, but yes.
More specifically, we did come here to search out whether or not your nation would be a good fit for Quantum Unlimited. But we do see some things that are unsettling. First off, a racial term for non-empowered people is a little reminiscent of your previous organization.
A slang terminology that has come over from the United States, regretfully.
And truth be told, I did want to check your water levels, and if you'd like to speak with your guards and your secretary, I have been doing that dutifully.
We have.
So the only thing you could claim that was a false pretense is that we were here as well looking for his ship to see if it was indeed stolen by you from the American government. However, everything else has been true up to this point.
That remains.
But that'd be no different than going to your mother's house to have dinner and asking for a few $100s because you're going to be late on your rent. Doesn't mean you don't love your mother. Doesn't mean you don't want to see her. Just means you had ulterior motives. Everything we have said in our official releases has been absolutely true. Although, as I said, you hold all the aces. So if you want to do exactly what you're threatening to do and say we weren't here under legal circumstances, that is well within your capability of doing.
That is correct.
Perhaps,
So we may continue as friends and have a dinner and converse as we have been, or we may continue to accuse. Whom do you think
perhaps
is going
good
to
faith.
win?
Perhaps a good faith effort. I will agree to give you the time that you need, and even assist if necessary. Though I am not in any position to make a condition, I would like to propose a condition. Let me send a message to my family. You may contain me so that I do not see any of your technology. I personally am not interested in that. My main
I find
concern
that acceptable. However, I don't believe you would like the outcome.
I need to know. I am well aware of what I have heard rumor of.
And what is it you've heard rumor of?
That Salanth has been destroyed.
It has. I have managed to independently confirm this with the two vessels of alien origin that have conveniently kept themselves hidden in our orbit.
Interesting.
They are also Salanth.
They are not. They refuse to properly identify themselves, but they appear to be of some sort of alien defense force. They have not taken an offensive action within our world, but they seem to be watching it for something.
Do you know who destroyed Salanth?
We do.
Have they mentioned the name Dexamite Empire?
No, they have not. No, an individual by the name of Tyrex the Tyrant did so. Apparently, it was one of the last transmissions that came to the vessel. It was downloaded and recorded as a, I believe you would refer to it as like a news brief.
And we have access to that news brief?
Of course. I will have it transmitted, or I will have it copied down to a format that your computers can actually access and communicate with.
What sort of creature is this Tyrex?
I don't completely know.
Is
He
this a name
apparently
that's
is.
familiar to me at all?
Why don't you give me a reason check?
Ooh, my reason. 30. 76. Which are 30 puts me at a yellow result.
What's that?
Yellow result.
You've heard of the name, but in the sense of like a Billy the Kid sort of thing, like a known outlaw.
Mhm.
So probably famous in that sense, but not like as a world destroyer.
He is reputed to be criminal.
To which I have been able to confirm as well. I am attempting to use your vessel and its communications array to hack the Defense Force vessels, for lack of a better term, that are in orbit to see if there's any additional information that they might have. A threat that can destroy another world is something I wish to know about.
Do you feel that they may be a threat to this world?
I do not know at this point, and I do not wish to cast aspersions as of yet. I leave that up to the other governments of this world.
Have you heard confirmation if there were any survivors?
I have not heard of any confirmation, but in my given experience, it is extremely hard to rid a galaxy, let alone a world, of an entire race. If
Can
there was
I-
enough advance notice to send this particular message, it stands to reason that there are some probably living in Dysphoria.
I have a question.
Might I be able to utilize my condition to send out a communicate?
Not for that, no.
Um,
Think about
real
what
quick.
it is that you're asking. You are potentially sending off a one-way message asking if any of your kind are alive, and if they're able to track that to this planet. How do you know that this Tyrex isn't waiting for something of that nature? We have no idea why exactly this individual hasn't come here.
Jerome.
Yes.
Can I roll empathy to see about the emphasis on the world, this world? That is awfully suspicious to me.
What do you mean?
Well, normally humans don't refer to this world as this world.
Would, since we're talking about all,
So you're under the assumption that he is
Not human.
okay.
So I just want to see if I can do like an empathy check or like an intuition check on him using that word in that specific way.
You don't have the power of empathy, do you?
Oh,
I do not.
Okay, so you can
You
use
know what?
intuition if you'd like.
I just realized that I was looking at the wrong chart. I was when
I'm
I did
spending
my
50.
What's that?
I'm spending 50.
Okay.
Make it 55. I want to even out my
All right.
my numbers.
Sure.
82 naturally plus the 55 would definitely be 100.
Yeah, no, you're not picking up anything dubious off of it.
It just sounds like he's trying to sound more poetic than anything else, right?
Nothing really even poetic about it. For all the faults that you could lay at his feet, he's a forward thinker. He's not gonna do something that's going to risk, the entirety of the planet. He happens to be on it.
Yeah.
So so far he hasn't
Death Star
spoken
aims its laser. He's screwed just as much as everybody
Right,
else.
exactly. Yeah. So it's like,
all my stuff.
If the proverbial Galactus comes to devour our world, he's getting eaten too.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah. So it's like,
Yeah.
no thanks.
So he's sounding earnest in everything he said.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
At that point with us, the enemy of our enemy is our friend.
Right.
To that extent. Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that is all troubling news. Ixion, sorry for your loss.
yeah, and I'm sorry.
Can I ask what you've learned from studying his ship?
We have learned a great deal about the other alien races that inhabit the universe in which we know as. And it's becoming more and more disturbing the more we find out.
Why do you say disturbing?
At one point in time, there was an alien race that conquered much of the known universe in which we know. They were called the Dexamites. They were a conquering race that controlled much, to the best of our knowledge, including this planet, the planet we call Earth.
How long ago was that?
Many, many years ago. Thousands easily.
Era.
I don't have a specific date to put on that. But at one point in time, that society collapsed. And now there are others raising up in its place.
That would be detrimental to the Earth as a whole and all its
Precisely.
inhabitants.
So what do you have in mind on stopping them?
Well, for the time being, I need to watch out for my own deviants.
Superpowered beings.
I can do nothing if they are continually persecuted throughout the entirety of this planet for simply being different. If such a threat were to come to this world, the modern day military is going to be nothing compared to the might that they could muster.
Why not work with them? Let them know about this threat.
What he is referring to.
You raised a great question. Why exactly hasn't Ixion stepped out forward into the cameras and admitted what he is? You've already seen what they do to our kind. What do you think they're going to do if they believe that there is an alien race, stronger, faster, significantly more well-armed and equipped, to make them servants? Your
Do
friend
what humanity has done for centuries. Those.
I'm sorry, what was that?
We see.
I said that humanity is going to do what they've done for centuries: persecute those who they are afraid of.
Precisely. Fear and ignorance will reign.
We don't need concentration camps.
We
flying up everywhere for D.
Unfortunately, also, and all the points that have been spoken of are very good and accurate. This world's military, with their capabilities and their lack of resiliencies and powers, they would be nothing short of cannon fodder in the event of a militant attack on this planet. The only ones with the histories that I have seen and read of the Dexamite Empire, we would be hard pressed to stand up against them. Though, if we were to join our forces, we would be greater for obvious reasons.
That is a conversation for a later date.
But that is part of this. You had asked him why he had not joined together. That, I assume, is part of one of the reasons, is maybe some compassion for the inhabitants of this world.
I care about my kind, and admittedly, well, let us just say, for clarity's sake, humanity, or Homo sapiens, may be little more than pets to us. You might still have a favorite pet.
I don't view them as such.
And
not
you might not.
Not all humans are bad. Some support us.
Oh, of course.
Some have even worshipped us.
But what did your people do to you?
My own people. Not all of them hated me.
But enough. It's why you were here, is it not?
It seems that we are not so much different than the humans and for the earthlings as a whole.
What are your intentions for Earth?
For now, safeguard my people. That's the short term.
You'll let the humans die.
They have made this mess for themselves. They need to figure that out.
How is this their mess? They haven't done anything against this race that's coming.
We don't know what exactly is coming or if it's coming. I'm not referring to that. That's in a future I can't foresee, which is why for now I'm safeguarding my race. What they do with themselves is what they do with themselves. And if they choose war, then it will come for them.
Then the recent military action mentioned that took place near your borders, that was not something that you were starting.
No.
And what was that exactly?
I'm afraid I don't know how much you fully understand the geopolitical scope of the collapse of the Soviet Union, but let us just say in the interim, while their presidents were being elected and a federation being formed, a significant corruptible creep has found its way into their organization under the guise of democracy. The United States had decades, perhaps a century, to develop such. Unified under a grand ideal of peace and unity for all. The Soviet Union did not have such a thing. So when their collapse happened, you get what you get. And so now there is a significant portion of those who quietly, under state-controlled media, find and persecute our kind in camps that you will not that are not named or marked on maps, in places hidden from public eye, never to be reported on in the media, and they are experimented on. They're corralled.
So you're not willing to take any human allies that might support you?
He's using it as a shield to defend his racist behaviors. Sorry for being so blunt and taking the shine off of what you're about to give us.
Hardly. Although I will not shy away from such commentary, as the feeble minds often dictate as such. But that is what it is. I cannot control what it is that they do, and there are a few smaller human governments that have reached out to us. Why is it
I'm not even talking about government. I'm talking about people themselves. Not everybody agrees with what their government is doing.
And that is up to them to fix their governments. It is not up to me.
But those who support us as super beings, I guess what I'm trying to get at is you have humans working here.
I do.
They're not treated. I mean, they're almost treated the way one would expect us to be treated. But so they're being punished for other government sins.
You could see it that way, but I did not force them to stay.
No, but you haven't done anything to make their living conditions at least a bit more comfortable.
That is up to them to do so.
Without the means.
Oh, please.
How?
Have you seen what an individual can do with just a pick, a shovel, and perhaps some water, all of which that they have? When was the last time you looked at the ingenuity, despite how ugly it might be, at Hong Kong? Or perhaps any other major metropolis where individuals hoard upon one another? If they want a better life, fix it. I'm not going to stand in their way, and I'm not going to provide them as such. They already have their protection. That was the price for them coming. Outside of that, they have food, they have water. They may not like their jobs. They may, but they have jobs. How many across the border can say as such? Would you care to take that poll?
What would you say to us assisting them? Not handing out, but assisting, perhaps trying to inspire. And I do not mean
And
revolt.
how do you intend to inspire them?
That is not something that is formulated in my mind as of yet.
Do you know how the typical superpowered being inspires? By taking away their agency. You race in and you save them from burning buildings. You lift cars off of them when they need it. How much longer is it going to be for the United States of America until all of their agencies are sponsored and filled by superpowered beings? What then for the human populace?
Sometimes
Do you
they
fully
do.
intend to leave human beings behind?
I intend to leave human beings up to their own devices.
Sometimes they do need guidance.
And that is not up for me to give.
But admittedly, you are more than willing to teleport into a location and incinerate a human being who committed no crime. As you did.
You must be referring
recently.
to the neo-Nazis.
Correct.
Did you investigate the individual that I murdered?
No. And I find it would be unlikely that you happen to investigate that one particular individual who happened to be there.
Our appearance at that particular event was no circumstance of fate. It was planned, and I admit that. I loathe the neo-Nazi movement, the white empowerment. Many of that particular crowd had already committed great offenses to their own humans. Rape, murder, the dispensement of illicit drugs. I did your nation a favor by removing that speck off the face of that city and making him nothing but a smear.
Though I
Would
cannot
it be wrong to say
agree
you
with
took
your...
Would it be wrong to say you took away their agency as well? You swooped in, destroyed what you thought was scum.
I see what it is that you're getting at, but no, I do not see the equivalency. This is a failure of your United States government. If that were the case, I would just go and murder them all. That would be me removing their agency.
Though I cannot agree with the methodology, I can agree with your reasoning. However, I can't help but see parallels, perhaps not with raping and pillaging and the ilk, but just the blatant superiority complex. Humans have shown expansive potential just because they cannot generate cold. And I make like a little snowball and then I just let it dissipate.
Oof.
Because they cannot manipulate their bodies as we do. because they cannot lift the car off of themselves. They have created technology.
Mhm.
The mind capacity of some humans, at least, and this is across the board, is infinite. And yet you continually err on the side of we are superior, they are lesser, and though actively helping them might not be an option for you, some of the things you are doing are actively holding them back.
We will have to agree to disagree. I do not have it in me to continue to argue semantics over what it is that you think that I am or am not doing.
That's become very clear. Thank you for the clarification, Jurgen.
Let's say this. We have philosophical disagreements that we are not going to overcome in a dinner. So putting aside the superpowered beings and non-empowered beings, let's cut back to the chase of why we were here, or a reason why we were here. You intend to release a spaceship back into Ixion's custody within a month.
Of course.
Do you have any plans on showing up at other people's houses and curb stomping them again?
I'm sorry, you have me at a loss.
Someone using your teleportation system showed up. What was his name again? The hero.
Was it just Shield?
Was it just Shield?
Shield, yeah.
Showed up to Shield's house and gave him a mighty right beating.
Shield, the retired World War II veteran.
Yes.
And you think I was involved?
I would say you were politically disagreeing about 50, 60 years ago.
Of course, we were on opposite sides of the war.
Who else would have access to your teleportation system besides yourself?
Let me answer this with another question. If I had attacked him now, do you think you would even know him?
Besides the newsreels, no.
Precisely.
But the same type of the same type of power outages that happen across this country and the larger electrical grid would hint that it is your place that it occurred from.
Well,
I'm not saying
that would be incorrect. I don't have any reason to go after him. He is retired.
Would anyone else have a grudge against them that might be within your borders?
Within my borders, no. How much of this do you know? Because you were lobbied an accusation about the power drain and the technology, but I don't know if you know the history of it.
I forget their names, and this is Justin not able to remember. What was
Which is fine.
He mentions the three people who were at Reich Shield's house when they arrived.
The baddies?
Yeah.
Captain Murder?
Wait, okay, you've lost me here at this point. The only three that are here are Reich Shield, Vashta, and Beshuterin.
But there were three people who were at...
that we fought at Shield's house.
That was Captain Murder and then several mooks.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Captain Murder?
And so he starts to laugh. He says, Captain Murder, the Nazi.
Yes. He kicked in Shield's door, and as we had them captured, The same type of electrical surge that occurs when you teleported away Ixion's ship to your base happened again.
Huh.
While I may not believe you have turned over a leaf and become altruistic,
that is fair.
it is hard for me to believe that your system, your teleportation system, is common. It seems to be unique with the way that it
is extremely uncommon. However, it was experimental Nazi technology. If Captain Murder, and he kind of rolls his eyes, he says, first of all, Captain Murder was a flunky, so if he's leading anything, and I mean anything, there is somebody bigger at the top. And you have Nazi remnants to blame for that. And he looks around. As you can tell, I have severely divested myself of any iconography that they might have.
Do you really need a history lesson on people scrubbing their past? But again, not here for that conversation. Who else would actually be able to do that with such precision?
Well, you're referring to the Nazi remnant faction then. There were a good portion of Nazi scientists, well, not Nazi scientists, but Nazi low-ranking officials and government types that fled to various portions of South America at the fall of the Third Reich. You will likely find this other device somewhere there. It would seem that they've managed to reconstruct that as such.
And the power surge just happened to be near New Prussia?
I highly doubt that you will find that the power surge aligned from here.
Can you give us any assurances on that? That was something that did come up. And although
when did this event happen?
How long ago? Like a month?
I mean, you can give him the
he gives him the date.
Stamp. Yeah. And so he says we had no power surge at that particular time frame.
Were you aware of any other nations that might?
No, we do not monitor things of that nature. Although, admittedly, I probably should now.
I'm going to do another intuition check.
Sure. Go ahead.
And I am going to spend another 50 on it.
Okay.
Or 45 because I can only spend
All right.
100, right?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, you've already spent 55, so you can only spend 45 on this one.
Okay.
Only spend 100 karma in
any given night, yeah.
And I didn't need to do it again. 87 on the dice.
Yep, sure. Yeah, he is again seems to be pretty straight shooting. He kind of chuckles and he's just like, Captain Murder.
And one more question for you before we actually get to dinner, because that,
of course,
if he even wants
as much as I don't want to, my stance on you is softening.
Don't admit that out loud.
It's called a ruse.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
As much as you say that you won't hinder, but you won't help the people, would you work on getting rid of a very racist term as it's going to develop and create the very same divide that you say you dislike?
And what is that?
The flat scans.
Oh, the flat scans. So gene joke is not preferable either, I take it.
No. But you understand where I'm coming from with this idea, correct?
I do. I do. Again, admittedly, this is something that has spawned from the United States of America, not here. It is just carried over.
So did reality TV, and nobody thinks that's in good taste.
Fair. I will take your I will take your comment into consideration.
Then nothing more from me from now. I will cease my antagonism.
I have a proposition that could benefit both of us
And what is that?
and would benefit, as you so eloquently put it, your kind, enhanced individuals. Without sharing inappropriate technology with us or contacts, would you be willing to share the information on where these facilities are that are housing deviants?
Superpowered beings.
Are you sure you want to go down that road?
If they are being held against their will, being tortured, and being treated as such, then I will put it in a terminology that humans use. You're damn right, I do.
So he snaps his finger, and Vashta at that point, ends up making a quick call. And he says, "And I will include that in the communications package that you have requested. At least the ones we are aware of that are currently within the former Soviet Union blocks."
And I would like to request that as you find out more information on those, that we would freely share those. Whatever our conflict is with one another, that is something that we are both striving to succeed at, is liberating them to one end or the other, of which way we would guide the liberated prisoners would be left up to them to make their choice.
I'll take that under advisement.
We would give them, if we were to be the ones that would liberate, we would give them the option to go where they wished. If they sought New Prussia, then be it as it may, so be it.
I will take your request under advisement, and I will have an answer for you by the time we are finished with your vessel.
Duly noted.
Was there anything else?
I have a question.
Yes.
It's not about any of this.
I suspect it's not.
Were there not 3 of you? The statues in the square. What happened to the third one?
Oh, I was under the impression you were going to ask about something else. You're talking about Bishutran. She has declined to come this evening. She is And he kind of looks over to Vashta for a second, and let's just say she does not wish to make your acquaintance.
I see. But
So I take it she's not a fan.
Vashta is kind of snickering a bit at that point, and he kind of shoots him a dirty look.
But for some reason, the two of you do not share her opinion.
She is. Women are a complicated creature, I'm sure you would agree, at times, and more emotional. She has a history with your father.
Who doesn't? I see.
So the sense of the father is coming down on the children.
And it wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah.
Not quite. But I will not delve too far into that for her honor. But your father and her had a history, which the fact that all of you are together, you understand what that might entail, as you are all from different families, essentially.
So the question you thought I was going to ask. Would you care to speak to that?
I would be happy to. Ask.
Is that my mother in the painting?
It is.
How?
Your grandmother, I met your grandmother at during the war, when Germany conquered France. So I don't know if you were familiar, but you do come from you do have a French lineage of sorts. Your mother was born shortly 2 years after that, towards the waning hours of World War II. The Reich was, let's say it was complicated. They did not like that she was not Aryan enough. And as Hitler grew more obsessed with each failure of the Reich and the encroachment of the Allied forces, he started lashing out at many of his top officers. Some receiving blame that had none, others receiving blame because of orders that he had given that they attempted to enact and they were poorly given and executed. On my behalf, because my chosen was not Aryan enough, he sought to kill your grandmother.
So you're her grandfather?
I am.
Wicked.
The official records say that Hitler killed himself. That is a story that the Russians promulgated to the media sources and the Allies when they approached. I promptly turned him into paste. With the war coming to a close and many of the soldiers now surrendering, I took your mother and your grandmother and located them in a small suburb in America. And for a time, we were happy. Your grandmother passed away around your mother's 18th birthday, and your mother and I did not see eye to eye on much. And she went off to college, and it wouldn't be long before she met Mr. Todd Summers, whom I'm sure you already know who he is. I did not find the slight funniest in the least, but I gave them their space. It is what she wanted. But I don't believe for a second she died of cancer.
Do you know what happened?
To an extent. There were still forces out there that want to lash out at me for one reason or another, and they discovered that your mother was my daughter. And from what I did manage to track was that these individuals used Shadestone somehow to poison your mother. I did not find out the full details until she was almost on her deathbed, and she communicated to me and told me about you.
Not to interrupt, but Shadestone, the company.
Correct.
The company that hired me out of college.
Correct.
I guess I'm curious as to why you never let her know that you were her grandfather.
I could think of a few reasons.
Me
I'm
too.
not asking you.
It was not my place.
Surely it was. You're her grandfather.
Well, my father was barely more a presence in my life than my grandfather was. So
Which would have been his choice.
I see. Well, thank you for telling me.
You are welcome. I am sorry you found out this way, but this is what your mother wanted.
I don't suppose you would be willing to share what information you have about her death.
I would be happy to share what I have.
I would like to look into it myself.
Of course.
It would be a topic more suited for after
Of
we
course.
eat.
And with that, we'll go ahead and stop for the night.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah.
Both Brittany and my characters are like, wow. Like,
I was trying to
Damn.
kill them both.
In the gut.
Yeah.
In the
I
gut.
put it
Ugh.
I put it in the chat and I stand by it. A superhero game that delves into the philosophy of what is actually going on is not something you get all the time.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So I hope you guys had fun.
Yeah.
Of course.
I certainly did. I've had this on the back burner for a while now. I just had no idea you guys were going to race to it.
Our job to surprise you.
As Brittany had
So-
pointed out at one point, she's like, I always thought he was like a big bad for like much later.
Yeah, I mean, I figured we were gonna take him on like in a year.
Yeah.
Why
Now you just found
like,
out he's your
why
grandpa.
did why do I keep on seeing Brittany as Rey and like we've got this Emperor Palpatine relationship going on?
I don't know. I kind of think of Luke and Darth Vader.
I am the Senate.
Amen.
Yeah.
I am your grandfather.
So that
as
means
Davey said, what a reveal.
Yeah, exactly.
so does
Oh
that
my
mean
gosh.
I'm deviant on both sides?
Superpowered being.
I mean, my mother. Okay, can we talk about that for a second?
Sure.
Because my understanding of a superpowered being is like that's what they call the people that are like artificially superpowered, like Captain America. like
It's a generic catch-all
Batman.
term, which includes them, yes.
So
They would be enhanced humans, correct?
They have a
Like
couple of phrases, but superpowered being is SPB is the common one that
like
gets
everybody.
yeah.
So
that-
that's deviants
Yeah.
and
yes.
enhanced humans.
Yes.
See, me and Thor, we would be cousins.
So then,
Deviant is the only one that's specific.
Yeah, deviant is you have that mutation, you have power. Superpower being is you have powers somehow, you're a superpowered being.
so
And then there are
Freddy,
like the meta actives who are like kind of the
Freddy's
in-between.
push is for them to be considered the same as the enhanced humans.
What's that?
Is that like,
Freddy-
are you insisting on that term?
Freddy sees
Oh, yeah.
superpower. The reason Freddy does that is because that is how you get a disassociation between the person being a person and the person not being a person.
Yeah.
Okay.
By calling them a deviant,
Okay.
you can dehumanize them and then you can do anything to them.
Sure. I mean,
Yeah.
I get that. I get that concept.
And that's where he's coming from on that.
Okay.
And since we are dealing with World War II chuckle nuts, I was going to say some other fun phrases.
It's a family
I
just
friendly
wasn't-
show.
I just wasn't clear on if deviants were encompassed in that term or if it was specific.
Technically, yes, they are encompassed in that term, just because that's more of a like a catch-all.
And deviants are commonly used as a slur to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the equivalency to the N word.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna have to
more or
get out
less.
my picket, start marching.
Well, kind of, but the thing is, deviants are using it as a way to actually identify as such, which is why they're
Like,
saying
take it
deviant and
back.
proud.
Taking back the slur.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Very cool.
So does that mean that I'm deviant on both sides?
No, it does not.
Super deviant.
It's a good question.
Wait,
What did she get from Daddy?
Did she get anything from Mommy is a better question.
I was a deviant at home, and then now I'm just an alien down here.
now I'm kind of wondering
no.
if we're all part alien.
I'm.
Technically, we are.
Excuse me. I'm a half god.
I mean,
Oh,
I'm
now
all
I'm
made in the
thinking-
USA. I don't
Yep.
know.
Yeah, Mark is just looking at the stamp at his lower back. It says "Made in the USA." You know, he's just like, "Yep,
At least it's not China.
yeah."
That's your tattoo.
He is the only pure Earthling.
Yeah. Made literally from the earth.
Yep.
Yeah.
But so now I'm wondering if Electrum was one of those Dexamites.
Oh.
What I've been saying. I said that in the very beginning.
I said that in the very beginning.
You and I were talking about it when it was like you and I together at that one of those 2 episodes several months ago.
Very, very interesting.
I think that's what's going on.
You are the enemy.
Bum bum bum.
Well,
Hmm.
so this means I'm a princess, right?
Yes, technically.
Great. That's all. gonna be demanding her tiara here soon. Are you gonna wear a tiara next time?
If you remind me.
Okay.
I don't know if I don't know if I have a tiara. I might have a tiara.
If you have a full blown crown, we'll accept that as well.
Okay. I might have a Burger.
A Burger King crown.
I don't know.
That's good.
All right. So with that as a wrap, our next game is going to be June 25th. How are we looking there?
Should be
Good
good.
for me.
Okay.
Hopefully there will be no movies that I'm rushing home from.
Right. Looks good.
All right, cool. Well, I'm glad you guys
I will
had.
be in Montana.
You'll be in
We'll be
Montana? Okay.
Why are you always out of town?
This
It's
the,
like
the,
summer
this
vacation.
month has been so crazy. My wife's in Boston right now. Like
Great.
next weekend's taken. We've got like floor seats to see Garth Brooks, and then the following weekend I'm going to
He's still
Montana.
touring?
He's touring again.
Yeah.
He stopped for a while.
Yeah, but
I
he's
would love
To
to
raise
go
his
to a
kids.
concert.
I got floor seats, like
Oh,
row
wow.
11.
How much did you
Wow.
pay for those?
I think it was 400 total.
Wow.
So like 200 each.
Total to about
Hey.
2 each, a little over
Well,
2 each. Or
he
something
puts
like that.
on hell the show, so you're going to enjoy it.
To
And how-
be honest, those tickets could go for $1,000 a piece, and the show's going to sell out.
Yeah.
And
It
I
was sold. It was sold out on Ticketmaster. I had to go through a second. I had to go through a
third party.
third party. Yeah,
Wow.
that's why they
Say
were
that.
more expensive.
We
Ooh.
won't say the name.
Man,
All right.
I hate buying tickets
Anyway.
because all the fees like bump it up like 30%,
Yep.
If not more.
if not
And,
more.
Yeah.
and sometimes, Jerome, we still need to get together and see what happened under the ocean.
Oh yeah.
Under the
Oh
sea.
yeah.
Under the sea.
Yeah, because I was there too. Was I not?
You were there.
Cool.
Okay, so thank you guys for tuning in to watch. I had a lot of fun, and we'll see you guys next time. Good night, guys. Have a good one,
Peace.
Davey.
Dun,
Bye-bye.
dun, dun.
Night, Davey.